Hi. If you're seeing this, welcome. Real quick, I'm going to tweet out that this stream is happening. Isn't that pretty cool? I think that's cool. Um, and then we'll get started. I have some very exciting stuff today. I've been doing a lot of work all through the night while listening to audiobooks. I finished Abundance. I've started 107 Days. It's pretty great. I have learned a lot about different candidates and how viable they are. My strategy for how messaging works and how we should actually talk about certain things and how to spread it. And that's pretty cool. And tonight we're going to go on a Wick panel and talk about how to defeat MAGA. Give me a second to share this stream really quick. Anyone who might want it. Should be live now, which is awesome. Candidate research, messaging research, how to beat MAGA. Wick panel. I'll tag Wick. Wick TV panel at 6. Little smiley face. There we go. And then I'll even say, I made another spreadsheet. Wick panel. Panel at 6. Cool. All right, maybe 2 clicks. That's fine. It's close enough. Okay. So I really want to get into this today. Fascinating stuff. First of all, look, okay, something like that we'll come back to. Yeah, so I did a lot of research. I have charts now. I have a spreadsheet and a deep dive. I figured out how to work Claude. It's had a lot of data to just, systematically pour into this. And I said, computer, make this into a spreadsheet. And it did. And it took a while and I had to wait for it to roll over. So we started last night. I'm going to do it again this morning. But we got through a lot of it. There's more stuff I would like to add. We're going to make this more advanced as we go. But by Friday, I'm going to do 2 things. By Friday, I'm going to have all the research for the Bill I-1 Pass Maryland emailed to my representatives. And also, we're going to have our candidates locked down and locked in. Okay? So what I have here... oh no, we got to make these bigger. No, get wider. Make that way wider. And then we'll shrink that down. That should get it. Yeah. Okay. This way wider too. I know. This one way wider. And shrink it down. So what I have here is a bunch of candidates, okay? There's one website called States Win that I looked at briefly yesterday. And they find candidates that can win in state legislatures and flippable seats. And they have nice little web pages with like a dossier, with their district, with the previous election wins and the stats on that, the demographic breakdown of their district, the things they're running on. It's really useful, and a link to all their candidate social media. I figure, let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's start with that list. Okay. Then I looked at the DCCC, which is like, hey, how can we build power in state legislatures? And they have some target key states they're looking at. Some battleground states that they're hoping they can win and turn into blue trifectas. And there's some they're trying to hold or make progress on. That would be like where Ohio is. So I deprioritized Ohio. And there's some they're trying to just crack a red supermajority or a red trifecta, which are progress, but it's more like stopping them from doing stuff. I want to make sure Democrats can do stuff they can point to and be like, wow, look, things get better. Okay, so that's my goal. Now, with that as the goal in mind, I picked those states, So those front battleground states recommended by the DCCC, which were Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. All right. So I took those states and I said, just for those states, go on States Win and find me all the candidates on that site that they're also recommending. And then I put that narrowed down cross-reference list. I looked up all of those candidates on oath.vote, which ranks the effectiveness of donating to them right now. Like, how efficient is it? Like, are you getting the best bang for your buck, right? If you donate to someone who's way ahead in the polls, like John Ossoff, what are they going to do with the money? It's not really worth it. You're not making a big difference there. You donate to someone who's like screwed and going to lose anyway, it's not really making a big difference there. You want to invest in those like little tipping point races, right? I would assume. Like, it's not a financial advisor or anything, you know, like, oh, that's where, you know, it can like be the deciding factor. Like, even just saying something, advocating for it, volunteering, like that's where like it, you know, it's going to come down to the little stuff. So I read Ben Wickler's book. I'm going to need to win blue trifectas in states. Then those states can like basically perma democracy themselves. Okay, they can pledge themselves to popular votes instead of the electoral college. They can ban partisan gerrymandering, a bunch of good stuff. They can like lock in anti-corruption measures. So if we can secure a blue state, then we can take a breather. We can focus somewhere else and it gets more efficient. The red states lock themselves into being red states, and it's awful. So that is what we're doing here. Good afternoon. So I cross-referenced all of that information, and then I ranked them on oath.vote, and then I had it give me the scores for them on oath.vote. And so the darker blue it is, the higher their score. With a lot of really high useful ones here, right? And so we can see even they're just so their the candidate's name, their state, which chamber they're in. House races are going to be more cost efficient than Senate races, because House races are tinier, Senate races are a little bigger, but it's just for state legislature. Then which district number they are, and then the district population, and then the margin of 2020, 2022, and then the margin of 2024 to see how close it actually was. So ideally, we're looking for small districts on really close margins. That means we only need, you know, it's going to come down to like 3 people just need to vote a different way. So these are the races that we can make the biggest impact and actually flip a seat from like red to blue in a state legislature that could lead to a blue majority and a blue trifecta. And then the states can actually govern and do cool stuff, including locking themselves out of like having to face corruption in the future, which is awesome. And then I have their campaign website, and then I have their Statesman webpage. And then also on each candidate's website, which the Statesman website also scrapes, they have, like, every candidate has like, you know, their issues that they're campaigning on. And they typically have big pillar topics. They don't just list positions for every issue. Like that subheading of here's the big topics they're focusing on and what those like topics or pillars are. And then the order in which they say them is very, very important because that shows what their top priorities are. And also we have some data, some of which I can share, some of which I'm going to keep to myself, on like what issues are actually the most important right now that people care about and the most influential. Like if someone's main thing is education, I like education. Education is good. That's not resonating the most with voters right now. That's not like people's top priority. But this person, affordability, right? And like I think education is popular among Democrats, but affordability is like the thing. Affordability is the number one thing. So if we have those general, like here's what people want politicians to talk about and care about and help with, and then we find candidates that best represent those same values in that same stack order, where our votes can make a big difference in a tiny district. That's kind of where we're good to go. These are like, you know, we're finding generic Democrat. We're finding our exemplars. That's what we're gonna do. You'll notice now that everyone's kind of on the same page. And I think any talk you see, especially in media, of like an alleged divide between any alleged divide between like moderates and progressives, I think is kind of fake, very internet kind of thing. A lot of voters don't even really care about ideology, and they also don't care about specific policies, like Medicare for all versus ACA expansion. Kind of irrelevant. People just want healthcare. They want the results. They don't care how the sausage gets made. Because why would they? That's your job. It's a representative democracy for a reason. You want to outsource that labor to you. That track? Um, so we have their priorities, which it should be pretty much affordability and healthcare, are kind of the two highest impact issues, and two of the issues where people trust Democrats more. Weirdly, and it sucks, like, affordability is still kind of, like, teetering 'cause, like, the economy, Republicans have owned that brand for so long, even though they've kind of given it up. So, like a moral majority kind of thing, they sort of gave up a little bit, they don't care about it as much anymore. But there is still, like, if you talk about the economy, we'll think stocks, big picture, and we'll still give credit to Republicans. If you talk about the cost of living or affordability or, like, food, then people are starting to trust Democrats much more on the little down. That's kinda where we should be focusing right now. So I have all these candidates, and we have some top contenders, basically, and we're gonna start kinda going through them and, taking a look at what they care about, uh, over the like, this week, right? We're gonna make a little kinda presentation, pick a few, and then, like, rate them. How do you think about them? Are these people cool? And we're gonna build a little fandom, basically. Then I also have I was looking up messaging guides, and I was, like, reading lots of books too, listening to audiobooks from my library, and I found some very enlightening resources. And it turns out more populist progressive lefty types and their orgs have figured this out and gotten this down to a T. Okay, well, neoliberals focus on lots of polling and studying how most people feel about which issues. Progressives and populists have focused on how to talk about them in a way that rallies people in conversation. So it's a little lighter on like studies and stats and substance, necessarily the best, but more on like really good structure, persuasive enough to mobilize your base and maybe reach some people they think are persuadable. Not necessarily the biggest pool overall, but generally pretty good advice. This is a company I found called ASO Communications or ASO Communications. They have messaging guides on pretty much all of our key topics. What we're gonna do, like, is we're gonna find our candidates and their big topics, take a look at this, and we might just start categorizing them or like they call them different things. These are verbatim from the websites, but like yeah, like education, fully funding public education. These are technically separate, but they're the same topic. Um, but they have a guide on like education, and we can find how they talk about education, persuade people and reach people. And we can make content for candidates about the certain topics they're running on that we know people want people to run on, and then here's how to best talk about them. Is smart. Yeah, like looking at how people feel versus telling them how to feel. Yeah. So yeah, but we can have the candidates are like, okay, here's the topics. Here's a person. And they can say, yeah, no, we care about this topic. Here's why it's good. And then if you also agree this topic is good, if you also believe in like you should have good education, donate to this person, you know? Or like shout out this person on social media. And I know there's lots of like little nonprofits and stuff and like traditional orgs that have their own little social media team. Like every little company has a social media team. Every campaign has a social media team, but they suck at it because they're focused just on their person and their topic. There's no reason to necessarily care about that entity in particular. Um, we are very natural, like if you're watching this, natives in this digital space. Like we hang out here, we live here, we breathe it. Like we know the characters and the players. People talk like the zeitgeist. This is why I think a lot of talk show hosts keep getting floated as outsider candidates. People want to run for whether that's like Jon Stewart or like it can't be John Oliver because he's British, you know? But people say, "Oh, Jon Stewart should run for president." Like, Stephen Colbert could run for president. Because similar to Donald Trump, like, has one foot into culture, like pop culture, and knows where people are at. So we can basically marry that ourselves and just be that. Like, this is just my opinion. Like, I'm not paid by any campaign or message. If anyone campaign, like, wants to partner with me officially, I will disclose that. I'm open to that, but I would very obviously disclose that, and it would probably be a campaign like this I already agree with for very obvious, predictable reasons. Um, and a campaign I actually believe could win. Like I would not sell out. You will not see me shilling for like Republicans. Um, but just me, and I just think we can create a fandom and like pick these little like nobodies and just treat them like Mamdani, like be their little fan club. Be like a roaming rogue cheerleader guerrilla team for these key races. So we can take a look at some of these guys. All right. So here's Jacob Martinez. This is the first one we looked at. Oh, this Excel spreadsheet. I'm gonna keep it private for now because I still need to update it and fill some stuff out in it. But I promise I will like give me a couple days to keep cooking, and then I will like release it, right? And what I'm basically gonna do is say, because even supporting all these people, it's too much. It's too much scope. Okay, but we can pick like the top few, like top 5 most, and that'll be like our little fandom with our little characters in it. And then like, on any random day of any random week, you'll see me talking about one of their issues and one of their candidates. I'll make them our little characters, like which one's your favorite? It's a TV show. This is our little cast. Like find the helpers. I mean, that's something that like Mr. Rogers said after 9/11 when kids and their families, frankly, were scared and confused, didn't know what to do, and were kind of hopeless in the world. And he said, find the helpers. In times of crisis, like there's always some people, however few, who are trying to help, trying to clean up, trying to make sure other people are okay, trying to make things better. Even as someone who's just there to like give you a hug or listen to you or give you a bottle of water, or a blanket or pick you up. And like that's what we're doing basically. Like I want to build kind of like a lib fandom in the same way there's like an AOC fandom and a Mamdani fandom, but just about these like tiny little candidates. It'll be dorky and very wholesome, and I think that's kind of what we want. So this is Jacob Martinez running for Arizona State House. Very promising. Arizona right now, it's state house, state senate, and governorship are all up for re-election and are all basically a toss-up, like a coin flip. It's a shit show. It could end in a blue trifecta or a red trifecta or anything in between. But any race there right now is basically free real estate. Like you could, donate and it could swing wildly in your direction. I think like that seems to be what I'm picking up from the number. I'm a layperson. Meet Jacob, a lifelong resident of Mesa and proud graduate of Mesa Public Schools and ASU Law. Jacob has dedicated his life to service, courtroom, in the community, and in the United States Navy. From advocating for students, standing on the front lines of some of our most pressing issues, Jacob has always fought for the people of LD9. As your next state representative, he'll bring common sense leadership rooted in accountability, fairness, and opportunity. Ooh, I wonder if I could get my friend Owlish, who's like a talented artist. I wonder if I could get her to like make little, like cute doodles of these representatives or whatever. Like I'm not like we're as just random people in our personal capacity. Like we're welcome to be like, yes, I'm just a fan of this random political candidate. But all discourse Twitter is. But like, let's just pick wholesome people that no one is talking about because why would you ever? So his priorities: affordability, strong public schools, affordable housing, protecting Arizona's water future. That's really interesting, actually. But these state legislatures, you do see that states are different and have different priorities. Yeah, he's a Navy man. Yeah, he's like a sailor boy, right? I was looking at one state in like rural Ohio. I don't think I'll go with because it's kind of a bit red leaning. It's a bit chuddy of a district. But there's like one guy, it's like he runs a farm. Like, I just want to be like, fuck yeah, farm boy, go farm boy, Like we can give him little nicknames, just make them our little characters. Yeah, so affordability, good. Reducing costs for groceries, utilities, childcare, and transportation. Tax relief for working families, crack down on predatory fees. Predatory fees, fuck that. And fight for policies that keep Arizona livable for those who call it home. Strong public schools. I really like anyone who runs an education, but I understand that's the most like I'm a liberal white woman kind of thing. But I think like our children are our future. Support your local library. Schools are like the key to everything else. But I understand that takes like a generational turnover to see results. And if you are selfish and childless, I understand you might not care about that too much. That's one thing we're gonna have to look at the messaging guide. He will push to fully fund our public schools, raise teacher pay, and ensure classrooms will have the resources they need. Jacob will expand career and technical education so students can graduate with real-world skills and protect public dollars from being siphoned into unaccountable voucher schemes. That's really good. Like private school things with vouchers. I understand personally everyone is like, I just want my kid to go to the best school, but it takes away from all schools being good and makes them worse. My elementary school shut down. Like the school district just did not have the money, which is sad. I don't know. I had a lot of fun memories in that elementary, like where I first went to the library and learned to use a computer, and it's like it's just abandoned. Affordable housing. Families across LD9 are being priced out of their own neighborhoods. Jacob will fight to expand affordable housing options, strengthen protections against price gouging and predatory landlords, and support first-time homebuyers. He will work to increase housing supply responsibly, encouraging smart development near transit jobs and schools so everyone can find a home they can afford. Increase housing supply responsibly is the right thing to do, okay? We need to increase supply. There's not enough houses. There's just not enough houses. Um, but okay, that's pretty cool. Some of these websites kind of suck. They're not like super. Hey, we got a food and commercial workers union, iron workers. We got some like union endorsements. That's good. Carpenters, labor, electrical workers, boiler makers. Oh yeah, this guy's got the sauce. Yeah, nurses. Nurses are either the best people you know or the meanest people you know, and they're never in between. Um, cool. Gen Z, that's awesome. Keeping them, yeah. Arizona college dump's good. Keeping young people on track. Arizona's a weird one where it can swing like any way politically. Like Arizona, Nevada. The Sun Belt is bizarre. Sometimes they can go like super progressive lefty. Sometimes they can become a red state again. Oh, Giffords, gun violence. Cool. Climate, good. Equality, run for something. Reproductive freedom for all. That's a green flag. Awesome. We have a little merch store. Oh. Oh, it's rainbow. Good. Okay, pride. Good on LGBT rights. Cool. I understand if a politician doesn't want to center LGBT rights right now because people are bad at talking about it. And it's better to say nothing at all than to botch it in a way that makes more people hate LGBT rights, okay? I understand that. But the fact that he has a rainbow shirt, like, okay, he gets it. He just knows how to be cool. Veterans always do really well as candidates, yeah. So yeah, I mean, I like Sailor Boy. I think Sailor Boy, and honestly, I've looked at several different orgs and stuff, like little. I've looked at several little or like nonprofits and things that are like there's like the States Project. There's a whole bunch of orgs that are like no, really legit. The real way to build power is to like focus on state legislatures and then build power bases there. It can affect state law, which can affect federal election law, and make it like nonpartisan, which is good for democracy. But Jacob Martinez shows up as a candidate on basically all of those sites. Like all of their sites, they have some similarities, some differences. Yeah, this is Martinez for AZ.com. Oh, look at him. He's a lawyer also, and I like having lawyers as candidates because they can win, right? And my partner is a has a degree has a law degree and a public policy master's degree, which is really impressive because it's a public policy degree is like, oh, what kind of law should we have, right? Like, should we invest in more buses or not? Is that a good idea or not? How does that like impact? It's kind of like sociology and like science of like how does it impact the community and the economy and is that good or bad thing? Having the right ideas. But then the law degree is how do you actually write that down as a technical rule on the books that achieves what you mean it to. And governments have like little departments, like they have like little shops where it's like the candidates come in and get elected from any background. You can be like, oh, I'm a teacher and I want to run on making education better, but they don't know how to actually write a law. So like they can go to there's other experts and like people who work in government whose job it is to take your idea and then do all the research and like figure out how to turn that into a law, right? But as a lawyer, it's probably easier for him because he has a better sense of like what's actually allowed or not. Like with Joe Biden, for example, he tried to do a lot of stuff for like college student debt relief. Some of it was like technically just not allowed by the book, so it got thrown out, which is unfortunate if you're running on a big cool idea, but it's technically not allowed for some reason, and you don't know how to change the rules to make it allowed, and then you just fail. So I like when there's like someone who's competent and actually understands the law running. They actually kind of know the game they're playing a bit more. But yeah, no, comes from public school. Now he's a lawyer. He's in the Navy. That's great. Cool. Okay. Education is like also a good theme. If we want to build kind of this like more of a liberal brand and like a more partisan brand as well of things that we think are cool, education is great. Social issues and education are things that both like the right and the kind of commie left just do not care about. They care about bullying people into like education re-education camps about their weird class theories, but like I just support your local library, support your schools. Like that's Democrats own that brand, and that's what I want to lean into. Like it's just wholesome. Um, Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing too. If we start in these small races and invest them and make it like we cheerlead them on, make that like that's if you run for like a state level office, that's super cool. And we will like cheer you on and you'll have a fan base online. It's a cool culture thing to be part of. That inspires people, even in our communities, to be like, oh man, I should get involved in those. Um, and then also those people start to run and build power and then they can run for higher office. Yeah. Like we need that pipeline. And yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just this reckless kind of thing of people like throwing attention or just running for like massive federal office that's like kind of narcissistic. I don't know. I'd rather people have some experience and proven experience doing it right. And there's low trust in the Democratic Party right now, and this reputation that we don't have a plan or we don't do anything. Building states where we have the power to do stuff and we do stuff, and being able to point to that and say, see, that's the Democrat difference. Awesome. And I think that should really go on like that's the Democrat difference. If you compare a blue state to a red state, night and day. And a lot of these like mean mean lefties who just hate on Democrats all the time and don't do anything, they live safely in New York City in an apartment. They live in LA and they don't know how lucky they have it compared to like Alabama. Um like you can track the health outcomes. Incredible. Okay, I've not looked at this one at all. Jamie Churches. Now, one thing I do want to keep in mind a little bit is having some gender and racial diversity if we can in our slave candidates. Ooh, this is a very cool website. It's giving very like 2012 website builder, but now that kind of feels like a deliberate style choice. Like very, very much like millennial. You had like face and an iPod. I think it's great. Okay. Jamie Churches. She seems chill. Where's she? Michigan. Michigan in general, I'm a little more apprehensive of. Because in general, I think there's a blue wave, and when people show up for one candidate, they're generally, to some extent, likely to vote down ballot for all the candidates. Um, so I think it's in one way, it's like ride that tide. Abdullah Sayed can absolutely pivot to win on paper. He's a good candidate. Culturally, vibes wise, Abdullah Sayed is like kind of being really red flaggy to the black community and the Jewish community in Michigan and has alienated a lot of moderates and some women and is not doing a lot to correct that. And I think I'm worried that will depress some voter turnout in Michigan. Like he's the one Democrat senator like in a viable seat right now. He's like not likely to win. One senator candidate. So I'm worried that like anyone in Michigan is going to have a little bit of a headwind. So like a little cooler on supporting Michigan candidates, and I'm really like stonks are rising on supporting like Wisconsin candidates, like of like Crowley becoming kind of this like charming ordinary guy. But maybe I don't know. We'll see. Like these races can be individual, they can be small, can be tight, can still very much be worth it. So Jamie Churches fighting for Downriver. Okay, we got local language fighter. That's good. People like a fighter. Cool pick. She seems kind of nice and chill, but like serious. She seems smart to me. Jamie cares about you. Good. Be your neighbor. Good. Oh, very localized. She's very smart about this. I'm Jamie Churches, and I'm running to be your state representative for Michigan's 27th House District. I love this. This is clearly not written by AI. Very personal. It's not focused on like a big donation thing or issues. It's just like an actual direct note, like to her neighbor, like a letter. I like the vibe. It's a very unique vibe, and I'm curious how this will play. It's a bit more like heady, you kind of need to read, but maybe that's good. When people hear Democrat, I want them to think about their family friend on the county board. Exactly. She's very caring. That's awesome. That's awesome. Um, cool. Before taking office, I taught fifth grade downriver for 10 years. Education is a huge theme we're seeing in these races. A teacher, that's wonderful. I completed my student teaching in Gibraltar schools before beginning my career in the Woodhaven Brownson School District, where I taught for 6 years. I then had the opportunity to teach for 4 years in Grosse Ile Township School, the district from which I graduated. I served as vice president of my local Michigan Education Association chapter. Okay, big education person. Like the teacher, right? So we have like the Navy guy who's a lawyer. We have our sailor boy, and now we have our teacher. Like we're building the team. We are Nick Fury right now. I grew up downriver and attended school. Okay, I'm inspired to serve the community that raised me. I'm the daughter of a nurse and a businessman, and the sister of an auto worker. I understand many of the challenges facing our community because I've lived them. For me, politics is personal. As a teacher, I want to promote a culture that supports public education and ensures educators feel valued and respected for the hard work they do every day for our children. Legislation has the power to affect our businesses, classrooms, healthcare systems, environment, and most importantly, the people of Downriver. I will continue prioritizing working families, making politics and public policy more accessible. I love accessibility. That's great. And the big picture I want to paint with this is how we rebuild democratic trust is a sense of cause and effect. This is why I support overturning the filibuster. If you elect bad people, they do bad things. If you elect good people, they do good things. When everything kind of stalls out in government, people feel that like, oh, Democrats don't do anything, and Republicans don't face the blame for things they do. That gets put on everyone equally. That disconnect makes it harder to understand. It's more abstract. We need to make that like more direct again, like immediately. You know, this person does this thing, that person does that thing. Accessibility, clarity, simplicity, speed as well, turnaround. Like the Joe Biden infrastructure projects are taking so long that Trump is getting credit for them. That's a problem. And then people are voting for Trump for a good thing that Biden actually did. Mom Donnie is getting credit for things that Adams did. That's a problem. I will continue prioritizing working families and making politics and public policy more accessible. We must ensure that working families receive the support and opportunities they deserve to get ahead, from affordable childcare and universal free pre-K and Young Fives programs to lower auto insurance costs. We can do more important work here in Lansing to support Downriver families. Since taking office in January 2023, I've had the honor of serving Downriver and delivering meaningful results for communities. Some of our accomplishments include, oh, she's an incumbent. Okay, she's an incumbent who's done something good. $20 million for repairs to the bridge. $400,000 for lead service line replacements. That's awesome. My partner works in like environmental law and like housing, like tenant law. And is like a big part of that is getting lead out of houses. The impact that has on your health and your like on public safety, on everything is huge. Railroad crossing replacement. See, stuff like this, I get that it's the most boring thing in the world, okay? Infrastructure. That's why Joe Biden ran on it. But because you know why what everyone loves and no one hates? Infrastructure. Like you could probably get halfway to becoming president if you promised to fix every pothole. Securing $10 million for the Downriver Career Technical Consortium. Cool, it's like technical education, I think. Wastewater Authority, good. Clean energy and jobs, cool. So we're getting some like environmental stuff. Workers' rights, wage protections. Filling the retirement tax on Michigan seniors. I am pro taxes, but you know what? Sure, seniors vote. Expanding the working families tax credit. And we're lowering taxes more. Protecting, okay, good. LGBTQ rights. That's awesome. In office. In this environment. That's like you stand on business. You stand for something. Cool, cool, cool. Be term limited soon. Yeah. Yeah. But, background checks. Good. Repealing an outdated abortion ban. Based. Safe storage of firearms. Good. A law that held back Michigan third graders. Weird, but okay. Rid of it. Oh wow, $4.7 million for lead service line replacements. All right. Arts and Culture Center, cool. Soundwall. This is really good. This is a person who's done lots of stuff and built lots of stuff. Your tax money goes in, and look, we turn it into that thing. And this is like a big lesson from abundance. It's not even necessarily about like, oh, the shifts in tax policy. It's like if rebuilding government and going back to a good government requires people understanding that government does stuff that's worth it. We are paying for goods and services that are extraordinary and worthwhile. And if you see that, you're like, yeah, why wouldn't you vote for them? Why wouldn't you like government? So this is someone who's a really good example, I think, a really good exemplar. I'm pretty passionate about this one. I think, stand together. Using all that friendly, personal, neighborly language. Like, very personal touch on this campaign. I like. It's not like the kind of optimized, like if I did this, I would use different colors. I'd use bolder colors. I would do like way fewer information, clear fonts, you know, a donate thing right here, make it way more poppy and impact. But I like, this is an authentic person who, yeah, then you have something about her district is her second most important thing, right? It shows her priorities. Then her issue priorities. Oh, just the area again. Yeah, okay. Very nonpartisan, very safe. Infrastructure, lots of infrastructure. education, the economy, healthcare, environment, people. I'm like, okay, cute. Cool. Endorsements. Nurses, auto workers. I only know the ones of these that have words in them. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, these ones. I don't know what you mean. Electrical workers, conservation voters, okay, what's really extraordinary is a politician to me who can make environmentalists and labor happy. Because typically in a job, right? Like you have to choose between which thing you value. You're constructing something. Like you can protect the environment, or we could build the pollution factory. And the pollution factory gives you jobs. And the environment is just some stupid trees. And that doesn't give you jobs. It only gives you stupid air. And like these are interests that are both considered to be on the left, but end up clashing quite a bit. Run for something, mom's fed up. Good. Okay, cool. I like seeing women's groups. Emily's list, I really like seeing Dems for Dems. Good. I like seeing lots of women's groups. I think that diversity is super important, especially in the wake of what Donald Trump has done as an example nationwide. Like young men are like awfully sexist, and I think we need to turn that around with like having clear, strong women in positions of power. That's another reason I went the states win like list to kind of start and then narrowed it down by cross referencing, is because they seem to focus on like lots of like women candidates when they could. But cool. All right, what do we got next? Chris Thomas. A working class fighter. A new generation of leadership. Ooh, he like slides as you. That's cool. It's fun looking at all these little websites. I have a background as a web designer, and it's fun exploring like how different people express their personalities and what they're about. I don't know. This is fun to me. At 6 p.m., by the way, we're going to go on a Wick panel. Hopefully views pick up then. That'll be all cool and exciting. Yeah, I mean, I get that like getting rid of the filibuster reduces the need to compromise, but it's hard to compromise with ridiculous people who want fundamentally different things and are incentivized to screw you over and then paint you as people who can't get anything done. I would rather have like, you know, attributable wins and losses which shape culture, and then voters make more informed decisions. Hi, welcome. Okay, so this is Christopher Thomas. Oh, he has a little ad. Want to watch his ad together? Let's watch his ad together. That's what he showed us. Okay, he's working class and a fighter. It's really cute. All the research I look at is like, hey, people just like want a fighter right now because they're just like so tilted at Donald Trump. They want someone who will stand up and fucking do something about it. So anyone who calls themselves a fighter or says they're gonna fight, like immediately goes up in the polls. So everyone is a fighter right now. Look at this guy. Do you think he'd fight you? Look at that smile. He's a fighter. Okay. Is he on a farm or something? I wonder if he's a farmer. Looks like a license plate too, or getting like rural vibes.
Firefighter, educator, and proud Pennsylvanian. When people need help, someone has to show up, and answering the call is something that my family has always done. My
That's pretty
served
based.
in the military and was a coal
Everyone
miner.
was a firefighter.
My Papa and Nana were educators. My dad served in the military, worked as a corrections officer. My mom, she was both an educator and small business owner, and still teaches in our schools today. They taught me that service isn't something you talk about, you live it. So I got my start working in construction while becoming a middle school math and science teacher, and later a community organizer and volunteer firefighter. Whether I was swinging a hammer, teaching in the classroom, or answering the call of my local fire department, the people I served taught me a lot. What's clear is that life for families in Montgomery and Berks isn't getting any easier. Opportunities are slipping out of reach while the rich keep getting richer. Too many of us are finding the things we rely on, like healthcare and education, aren't working the way they should, and the cost of living is simply out of control. That's why I'm stepping up to run for state senate. We need a new generation of leadership in Harrisburg, leaders who put people first, not politics, not corporations, and certainly not their self-interest. I'm Chris Thomas, and in the state senate, I'll answer the call for the people of Montgomery and Berks.
Okay, interesting. Was a teacher, a construction worker, is now a volunteer firefighter. Kind of a coal miner. He's giving kind of like this, I see where like in this upcoming party split that we're seeing and like realignment, he might end up on the wrong side of it. I don't know. But like vibes wise, I felt this way about the Rust Belt for a long time because I grew up there. I grew up in Pennsylvania, not in his district, but in Pennsylvania, like Pennsylvania and Ohio and stuff. are more into like the Bernie crack kind of thing, like very white, very working class, kind of rhetoric. Rule up our sleeves, get it done, and like less on the kind of racial diversity and inclusion and like techno futurism, like smart investment kind of thing, which is more like education, green energy, in like smart investments in like abundance style kind of stuff, and like really good social diversity. And then there's this other thing that's like the working class kind of thing. Like Pennsylvania elected John Fetterman. And generally, honestly, he's still like really in line with Pennsylvania voters. Uh, John Fetterman endorsed Bernie Sanders, and AOC endorsed him. Chris comes from a family of veterans, coal miners, educators, and corrections officers. People who woke up early, stayed late, and believed in the dignity of hard work. It's like sort of a conservative coded kind of left thing. I don't know. But I mean, in Pennsylvania, I do think that might be just what we have to get. It's that or a Republican. He started his work in construction before becoming a middle school math and science teacher, where he saw firsthand how underfunded schools and broken systems failed both students and educators. From there, he moved from the classroom into community organizing, building grassroots power across Montgomery and Berks counties. Chris and his wife, Lydia, live in Pokemonville, USA. Chris is also a volunteer firefighter who believes leadership means showing up when people need you most, not just when it's convenient. Now he's running for Pennsylvania State Senate in District 24 to take on the cost of living crisis and stand up for working families. He believes no one should have to choose between groceries and prescriptions, heat and rent, or childcare and keeping the lights on. Chris is running to fully and fairly fund public schools, lower everyday costs, and make healthcare affordable for everyone. Because the government should work for the people, not the powerful. Yeah, a bit more populist. Okay, let's look at his district. Interesting. Yeah, it's like parts of 2 counties. It's so weird. It's so weird how things get cut up. Yeah. Platform. Fighting for you. I'm trying to see like what his priorities are in order. It's kind of scrambled. Okay, affordability. Good. No blank check for big. That's even bigger font. Jesus. Jesus. Okay, I get it. Yeah, no. Mallory McMorrow is the chosen one. Let's be very clear. I would support Mallory McMorrow for president. I love Mallory McMorrow. I love everything about her. I love her platform. I love like where she's positioned politically. I think she's smart. I think she's good as strategic at solving problems. I like her personality and her vibe. I think she's hot. I'm also a lesbian. And she's just like, I don't know, like it you get it. Mallory McMorrow is awesome. The WIC panel is about how to beat MAGA. So I'm actually like, hey, here's a chart of the candidates we can support to optimally defeat MAGA. So I take these things very literally and technically. Mallory McMorrow got Republicans to sign on to some feminist stuff by reframing it as tax fairness. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, we shouldn't have to choose between this, like, made-up, oh god. It's like, moderate versus progressive kind of lanes. Like, no, you can unite the tribes. You just need one smart person. I've always kind of been like that, right? Like, oh gosh, in, like, the Florida governorship race, what's her face? The one lady with the whiteboard. A little bored. Like that's who I thought would win and be good at it. In Pennsylvania, I liked Connor Lamb. In Maine, over John Fetterman. In Maine, I liked the little twink boy. His name I forget. He ran early and then dropped out. I like candidates who are like right between moderate and progressive, and technically, if they were to win their primaries, would absolutely stomp. Okay. Like, I thought in, like, 2020, just my opinions in the primary, like, okay, like, look, I don't want to try Bernie Sanders again. Progressive stuff would be cool. Why don't we do Elizabeth Warren, who's literally on paper, like, codes more moderate and professional and put together and effective, and, like, actually has a record of getting stuff done? Like, it should not have been calling on Elizabeth Warren to drop out to endorse Bernie. It should have been the other way, which would have also, like, not alienated feminists. You know, like, that could have worked. And then sure enough, Biden won. And then he just staffed his whole administration with Warren people. Like, yeah, Katie Porter. Yeah, like, I don't know. I'm in a lonely lane of like, damn, if people agree with me, we just win. Like, we don't have to pick like a super chud moderate. Like, I think sometimes Matt Iglesias kind of leans towards. but like we don't have to pick a crazy progressive either. There's a way to thread this. Like there's a way to be a sock dem and succeed and just achieve technofuturism. Like abundance is good, inclusion is good. We just need to not scare the hose and want ridiculous bad stuff. I don't want to put people in re-education camps. I think 9/11 was bad. Terrorism is bad. This should not be hard. This should not be hard. So like by the numbers. Yeah, we can kind of figure this stuff out. Okay, sorry. So this guy is kind of in that Ro Khanna lane a little bit, I think. Healthcare, education. Okay, kind of all over the place. This guy we could definitely support. I mean, I like that he's a firefighter. His priorities seem a bit out of step. I like affordability first, but then like having a whole just dedicated populist pillar as second above healthcare, not super crazy on. That's just me personally, maybe some bias. Whatever. I don't know. And Pennsylvania, I'm not sure we can flip into a trifecta. We can make progress on. But I'm not sure if it's necessarily the overall vision I'm trying to sell right now. But as far as this project goes, in terms of growing a fandom, that could be good to maybe get some more like progressive on board. It might be good to throw them a bone every once in a while. I also know some kind of leftists who are running in kind of like rural red states who like I think are good people and are obviously an upgrade. Not enough to like win a majority or anything because they're in like red supermajority states, but I think that would be cool. So I might put some of those in, just not because it's necessarily optimal, but for like broader diplomacy and in terms of like overall growing kind of movement here. Okay, Holly Lyon, Arizona. I kind of love it. Thank you. I kind of love it. Yeah, no, the Biden admin was basically just Joe Biden being a little too old to even carry stuff himself because he's kind of forgetful and like kind of slow. And then a bunch of like girl power. He was just like sitting on top of like a mountain of girl power. And the girl power did not get enough credit. This is Holly Lyon, and I kind of like that. I kind of want to be like, yeah, the lion. Like, let's go. Support the lion. It's even like there's a fucking like Game of Thrones house. Like the Lannister symbol is a lion, right? I think it would be really fun to push this. Veteran, patriot, ready to serve again. This is, I like that she looks like she's gonna throw down. Like, this is the same vein of branding I use on my channel, okay? Because you're like, she's right, you know, it's just like obnoxiously, needlessly aggressive, and just like patriot coded. It's like kind of a meme, but I kind of like that. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, at 6, by the way, it's not going to be a debate. I hope not. I was just like, what should we do about MAGA? Like, how do we win? And that's why I'm like, that's why I just want to bring like actual data and answers. Like, here's where we can actually support and make an impact. So I'm just trying to find like some cool characters and get a lead on that. Oh, this is kind of fun. See, this is a fun vibe because this is like kind of a right flank. Oh man, there's a picture of her in uniform. She's like owning it too. She's so happy. That's like her vibe. Is she gay? I say that because I'm gay. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be homophobic. I'm crushing a little. God forbid a girl like a lady in uniform. Or dressed like she's on a fucking vacation to Hawaii. I'm basically wearing that same outfit right now, so give me a break. Okay. Holly Lyon, colonel, retired, spent 26 years in the U.S. Air Force, commanding twice. Oh, could you like some Air Force memes? Some like Top Gun memes? I think that's like Navy, but they fly planes. She forged consensus on complex negotiations. Consensus candidate, that's good. Arizona is kind of swingy. That could be good there. On complex negotiations, we'll assign at both NATO HQ and the Pentagon, including saving the Air Force $100 million. This is the kind of, in the same way, right? The last guy I might want to pick to put in front of leftists. This is the kind of lady I want to offer up to some more like conservatives. I'd be like, come on, patriot, like support Air Force colonel, retired. He taught middle school. All these people are teachers. That's awesome. Prior to her service, and afterwards tackled complex business challenges as an IT consultant. Cool. Since moving to Arizona in 2008. Served as a judicial nominating commissioner, chaired campaigns, securing over $14 million for school district overrides and a bond. and helped raise over $1 million for local nonprofits. He is committed to public service that delivers results. In the legislature, Holly will fight to bring down costs of housing, groceries, utilities, and healthcare, stop public servants from profiteering off their positions, secure Arizona's water future and make data centers pay their own way, strengthen public education and hold ESA vouchers accountable, support small business development and success, lower prescription drug prices. Oh man, she's cool. That's kind of it. This website does not have a lot of like detail. This is all she says on policy. But in terms of like, sorry, my spreadsheet I'll share in a couple days. I'm gonna keep cooking with it, okay? I'm gonna keep narrowing down, pulling out more info. Damn. This is what every woman who served in the Air Force and Navy during the 80s looked like. All right. I have something to Google later. This is just vibes-wise, and there's like, we're not necessarily like doing a super in-depth like blog writing articles, right? We are mainly making social media content, and we want people we can cheer on social media. And she seems like a really fun character for our purposes, Like she has like the meme value, right? And somebody like Mark Kelly is like, OMG, astronaut. You can like point him like astronaut, and he's like kind of funny. And John Ossoff is like Star Wars nerd, and he's just pissed as fuck. And like a documentary film, he has like a vibe and a style. I'm down. He's like smiley guy. Like this is kind of it. You can get that like bombastic, like Gavin Newsom-esque hyper patriotism, bordering on parody, like the Helldivers 2 vibe. Gosh, she seems fun. I like her as a character a lot. It's just as shallow as Chris Thomas, I think. Maybe even shallower. But, like, ooh, that margin is tight. That could work. That could work. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm developing a bias in real time. Let's see, Jeff Warren for PA. Another problem is that a lot of these candidates are just kind of like white dudes, and I don't know how I feel about that. This guy also pops up in all the lists, though. Ooh, guitar. Oh, is he a musician? Well, the website's going to answer that question for me. We're going to read this first. When he was 10, he got a guitar at Toys R Us. Aw, and he's a guitarist. Okay, cool. But see, these people have a thing. They have like a brand, And if it's like one simple symbol, like one thing you can talk about, that goes far, and it's like a mimetically clear idea. There's a packet of information, like an idea in your head. Having something to associate to and like characterize and stylize them, we can really put through. And if we're like picturing like I'm picturing like little fan art kind of chibis of these different people in my head, and like who we spread out there. Every little sailor boy, like like a guy with a guitar, like those old fan art of like what if every social media network was a person, and you have like 4chan would be like in a hoodie, and like Pinterest would be all like twee, Reddit would be like a computer nerd, like those kinds of things. I like candidates with style that like can run on fairly generic platforms just to show strong, common, actually good values, but can express them and feel like more iconic, in a little way. Like there is kind of a style factor here. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so I like that as well. So he likes guitars, and he plays the guitar, and then he found out that a really long time running guitar maker is in his district, and he uses that as a symbol of labor issues and building business. Interesting. That's a story. That's like something you can follow with a topic and a theme and like a track, right? And then if you want to grow these candidates and network them to other people, be like, hey, you should go talk to this podcast or whatever. Just reach out, I don't know, like being able to put candidates in different niches would be really, really, really good. Like the fitness pipeline and the manosphere pipeline. You get like lots of casual conversation podcasts, gaming, fitness, even religion, all and like pseudo philosophy, all funnel into the alt-right and make you like Donald Trump. This is a guy you could start by liking music content and then be like, hey, here's a cool candidate you should support. But fuck, I mean, I know he's kind of a leftist, but he's like there's like the bald guy who has a reputation as being a leftist with like glasses, makes like popular video essays or like videos about music, whatever, you know. And like even if they're on the left, even if like you're way more left, like I think it could be worth reaching out to kind of big YouTubers. Like, hey, here's like a little government candidate who also likes music. Like, do you want to talk with them, make a video? I bet your community could raise money and like actually just put him in charge. I think that'd be super cool, right? We could like find influencers who care about music and get them in touch. That kind of thing. Like build these connections. Yeah, like okay. I'm just thought process, right? As we go each day, we're gonna get a little more put together, a little more clarified. Born and raised in Easton and Forks Township, my life story is rooted in the values of hard work, service, and equal opportunity. I started a paper route at age 10. Oh, okay. It's like a very personal, like literal, direct, like human connection to like labor and work is really good. Of like, oh, I like guitars. There's this guitar company. He's not talking in big picture ideas or stats or like moral values. He's talking in terms of like a direct personal anecdote, which is effective. Like this might be a good guy. Like if we could get music influencers to interview this guy, I think that could yield a charming conversation with like good results. Like these are the, you know, like it's sort of social engineering. It's like psychology. I'm sorry, like a lot of people get into politics because they like arguing with people, and it's kind of a clout chasing power thing, which I think is sociopathic and evil. A lot of people get into it because they like data and like research and want to know like what's the morally or philosophically right position on things. Maybe even something data driven, like sometimes economic, sometimes statistical, but a lot of it is you know, they want to be right about something, and it's kind of a philosophical hobbyist game. And then like, but I'm in this because I'm coming from an angle of like design and like marketing and communication and project management. I'm like, what are people going to understand? What's going to be most effective? Assuming we're on the side of good things and we agree on the good things already, like, how can I best convey and spread that idea? And that's why I'm like, we have to stop just making Orange Man bad content. It's masturbatory. It's cathartic. It gets you nowhere. It gets you nothing. It's not even like channeled into a call to action. It's not like, yeah, doesn't this fucking suck? Donate to the Democratic Party. We don't do that. We're just like, yeah, Trump did bad thing, and we just give him more screen time and more airtime. And like that's what he's fed on, like a parasite for a decade. And I'm tired of hearing about it. Everyone's tired of hearing about it. What people hunger for is next thing, is for new thing. And that's why I'm scared, because I see this like kind of weird liberal alliance forming on both sides of the aisle, but led by the right, and they will dominate it by the end by Tucker Carlson. Towards like this, they're trying to workshop next thing. Well, we sit down and we don't do anything. We don't have any positive vision. We don't have any new characters on the horizon. That's what we need to find. Yeah, like let's be constructive. Like let's find cool people. Let's build a dorky fandom again. In the 2010s, you know how cool it was to have like a little pin of like, I'm a feminist. But like, you know, it's not actually, it was a very safe thing to do because it's like not super edgy, but it's the idea of like, hey, I'm a young person and I'm kind of bragging because like the world that I grew up in is going to have more opportunities for more people than my grandparents did. Like it's just going to be objectively better. And I have more money, more jobs, more interesting things to do, more interesting people, more interesting technology. And that was like something to be proud of. It felt edgy and counterculture because you're like, I'm on the side of the future. I gotta do it even better. Now we're all scared of the future. And the only people talking about the future are the people who want to like tear it down and make it worse. Elected official and community leader. Easton City Council. That's cool. Funding for Easton Public Market. Strengthened our police and fire departments. All right. If you are watching this, if you are generally in my sphere of influence, obviously you hate police brutality, and I hate police brutality. But you should know, saying abolish the police or like defund the police didn't work. It was a hypothesis. Some cities tried it. The cities that did saw an increase in crime and they undid it. And then they like lost their seats because it was not only was it ineffective, it was also unpopular from the jump. And a lot of black community leaders, black communities in like the actual high crime, dangerous neighborhoods wanted more police actually. So like the people they thought they were helping were like being alienated and freaked out, and their lives got worse. And it was all the white teens for whom police were a hypothetical faraway thing were the ones messaging on it. In fact, if you want to be popular and effective, fund the police. Specifically, fund training, de-escalation training, so they don't escalate and pull their guns. And also, like, they need mental health resources. Like, cops need therapy. They do. Like they're in a high stress job all the time. And even if they don't start out like racist or violent, like they're constantly freaked out and they're getting PTSD, and then they just are given a firearm. Like, and they're just so bought into this toxic like masculinity culture of like you can't ask for help, don't do anything about it. That like that's just gonna build and build and build, and then it like corrupts them. They need help kind of thrust upon them. But also funding the fire department really based. I live in Baltimore, which is a city that has successfully reduced violent crime like dramatically, like by 50% under our mayor, who's awesome, Mayor Brandon Scott, because they decided to get really tough on crime for the repeat like bad apples, like the worst offenders. And for everyone else, they kept a beat on them when they showed up in crime. Instead of arresting them or being tough on them or shooting them, they would put them in touch with like more social workers who'd be like, "Hey man, you're like probably just like a young kid. Let's get you into like some community service type stuff. Not community service like a punishment, but like get you into like a community organization, kind of like a club. Like you like photography, like here's like your community center, and there's like a photography club. Here's like or like a church group, something like that. They like just put them in a healthier social group with like some better role models. And it turns out that a lot of violent crime and a lot of like even that rose into like gang activity is just like there's some people in society, not many, who are just unwell and kind of sociopathic and just mean and toxic. And if you've been in a Discord server long enough, you know these people as well. You probably know the privileged middle class white equivalent of this that like kind of just worm their way into positions of power and dominance and influence in a social space. And they sort of become like the power mod, and they just end up kind of controlling behavior, and like everyone starts to get like afraid to say anything or call them out, and like they themselves are toxic and making things worse and weird, and then it just feels like not great, it feels bad, and they're like the bad apples that sort of control everyone else. And it turns out like a lot of crime is just like there are some people who are assholes and just want to do bad things and will keep doing bad things given the opportunity, and they'll sort of social pressure everyone around them into doing the same. And so a lot of like young black men who were very poor and didn't have a lot of opportunities ended up like falling into these social groups just because it gave them like friendship, community, something to do after school because like their home life sucks and like they can't afford, really nice new cool video games to play or whatever. They just go around in these little groups of people and just hang out outside, and like, some slightly older boy or young man is in charge and he's like, "Hey, let's go like rob a place." And they just would go with him. Right? So it's like the cops got really tough on the bad actors, like put them away. And then everyone else, like, they just need like healthier social groups, and that cracks crime apart really, really effectively. It's incredible. Like Baltimore is low key becoming kind of like techno futurist. We're also cleaning up our bay, which suffered a century of industrialization, and now people have seen like manta rays and shit. It's incredible. Yeah, like it's I grew up in a town in like rural Pennsylvania, like suburban Pennsylvania, and all the cops were chuds, and they were awful, and they were creepy, and they overstepped, and like clearly had quotas. Like one sexually harassed my mom when he pulled her over once, just weird, but it's like frightened to like do anything about it. Fuck them. But like, yeah, so it's I don't know. People are people, and we can solve these problems. So, yeah. So I support strengthening the police department if you do it in the right way. If you just buy them more guns, then like you're just gonna make things worse. But there are different and better things. Preserve the community pool. Saved preschool programs during the COVID pandemic. Awesome. Ex open lands, built a thriving economy and community right here. Working dad and longtime fan. Oh, good. So here's his family. Okay, girl dad, green flag, girl dad. Double girl dad. Wait, does he have twins? Oh, I think he has twins. Awesome. He hosts the Philadelphia Sports Table podcast show, the longest running Philadelphia sports podcast. That's another great niche connection. Same guy, right? Music and sports. Awesome. Yeah, twin daughters. Okay. Girl dad. Also see right there. Boom. You belong, you matter. Green flag. Social liberal. Always putting people first. Okay. Issues. Let's see. In order. Cost of living. Public schools. Preserve open space and farmland. Maybe a little NIMBY, but okay. I mean, he's focused mainly on lowering the cost of stuff. Well, cool. And schools are good. If there's one thing we can point to that say we fund and we make better, it's schools, and they're seeing that across the board. Even the playing field, good. Pay their fair share in taxes, good. Sustainability. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, boost public funding for public safety and first responders, good. Fight for working families and unions. Great stuff. Let's see, what else we got? That was just foreign. Edgar Soto. Edgar Soto is one I've seen run on show up on a lot of these lists as well. Like shockingly close race. Coming up a lot in things. Boop. Soto for state senate. Leadership that reflects our communities. This man does not have a great sense of graphic design, and that's okay. Yeah, it only takes one bad actor to like set a low bar, and that's like what good leadership is for. Meet Edgar, U.S. Marine Corps veteran, lifelong educator, community leader. Where are we printing these veteran teachers? I like it. With more than 30 years in education, he's worked across the full education system, from K to 12 to higher education. Jeez, educator, coach, teamwork, accountability. Okay. Okay, guy. Priorities, lower costs, strengthen public education, support strong public safety. Another fire truck, too. Like, we're seeing some shockingly common themes. Okay, you want firefighters to like you. Save families a bunch. Affordability. And schools. And also, you gotta go to war. I'm sorry. You gotta go to war and come back real quick. And then, even worse than going to a war, you have to teach at a middle school. You have to teach at a public middle school in America. And if you can get through that without becoming the Joker, congratulations, Mrs. President. Wow. Okay, cool. So the very, very light website. Here we go. Savings country. Cool. Oh, he has a factor. All right. Here's the thing. I'm gay. I have a bad sense of this stuff. Look at this old lady. Look at this old lady. That is how I know this man is perceived as hot. And that's good. And he's wearing some very tight clothes here. Look at that. You can see it all. All right. He knows what he's doing. He knows how short those sleeves are. This harlot knows what he's selling, and it seems to be working. Would it be good to have like a hot person as one of our people? You know, do people like that? I feel like that's good for like the fandom quality we're trying to build. Like, you can see it all. Like, all right, interesting. You know, like that's, if you think of something like the Avengers, right? You have like part of that is like the sex appeal. You got like Black Widow. Here we have Edgar. All right, look at the ladies love him. Okay, the ladies love him. Education, veterans, safeguard Arizona's water future. That's like a state-specific one that all the Arizona people seem to be saying. So I guess that's really important. Also, good way to redirect like the data centers conversation. There's a lot of concern about like how much water they use. Apparently, some of those claims are overblown. I think it's getting a bit 5G conspiracy, but still, it's like a factor to consider. We say, speaking of water, that's a big deal in Arizona. You know, we can connect those things, those conversations together. All right. Then we have, we skipped one. Elizabeth Morrow. Back to Pennsylvania. A lot of Arizona and Pennsylvania up for grabs. The one Michigan candidate is like really overperforming here. A lot of this Wisconsin ones aren't. I think Wisconsin might be in a huge blue wave. Michigan, I think because of Syed, is like now, it's really on the fence. Arizona is just a toss-up. Wow, yeah. Police departments being very, very different. Yeah, I'm not sure if they build data centers in like places like Arizona. I'm not sure what kind of climate they need. Probably not somewhere hot. Mm-hmm. What's the best teachers, worked with our veterans? Yeah, that's Mondays with Mara. Okay. See, I see this website, and I think this is the kind of person who needs our help. All right, who's the candidate here? This is a picture of chairs. Now, I assume there could be a person in this picture. Nope, it's not. Sorry, I guess not. I thought it would be like, oh, she's sitting at the other end of the table. We don't see her. But nope, you can see it's not fully solid. There is no one at the table. This is just a picture of chairs. Not the most competent web dev. All these people at this level, they don't have super flashy teams. And you notice all the socialists do. How do we make these people look cool? We got to make them some flashy social media posts and stuff. Just as random fans, because they're sure not doing it. The fonts are completely different. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is what she looks like. That's Elizabeth Morrow. But hey, that's pretty good. Okay, she gets coffee every week. I like that, actually. You can show up and just have coffee with her. That is kind of bold. I do like that. Deeply committed to solving problems. Elizabeth knows that for too many of us, things are getting harder, not easier. Everything costs more. Healthcare is at risk, and it feels like leaders in Harrisburg just aren't interested in solutions. They're just interested in fighting. Elizabeth often knows that around the tables where we solve problems. Pull up a chair. So she's got a theme here. This is the chair candidate, all right? We do hashtag pull up a chair. That's very much her thing. And I kind of appreciate. There's something kind of, I hate to use the word, but ballsy about that. He's like, hey, you got a problem? Sit down with me in person. Squat up, in the streamer space, it's oh, if you have a problem, debate me on stream, you can call in anytime. She's got that energy. Very, very direct. It's not even about necessarily having any position on any issue. It's just, let's figure that out interpersonally. That's why I thought where Haley Stevens had an advantage, not because I was impressed with any of her policy positions, or her clear answers and plans on things, but because she was very well networked and connected. Really, what are you going to do about labor? She'd be like, oh, well, I have really great relationships with all the labor unions. But that's so you're not really a leader on plans, but you're very you're a good conduit for democracy if people came to you. That seems to be sort of her lane. On this page, we're not getting anything. Also, is this a swing district? What do we have here? Yeah, this district skews red. Okay, so it's she kind of has to be a little less partisan and a little more cooperative. That does make sense. Issues. Problem is, as prices continue to rise and healthcare becomes even more unaffordable, leaders in Harrisburg just aren't listening. That's why Elizabeth is inviting each of us to pull up a chair so we can get to work. Okay. Defending our rights and freedoms. What does that mean? Right to vote, reproductive freedom, civil democracy. It's complicated as a pillar, but okay. Setting our kids up for success. Education funding. Healthcare. Okay, healthcare. Oh, the hospital shut down. That's something good to talk about. That's a clear, concrete example of consequences. Building more affordable housing. That's good. Supply, please. She's a real estate broker. You'll work to increase housing supply, protect renters, and support tax policies that will help reduce housing costs while supporting sensible development based abundant housing. There are lots of. This is what works. Saying we need to invest all of our money into building public housing projects is not cost efficient. That doesn't really work. This is abundance, and it does work. And strengthen our local economy. Small business owner. Cool. Oh, minimum wage. Awesome. Oh, I will meet. 1 second. Oh, be right back. Cool. So yeah. Let's see who her endorsements are. I'm really curious. And if once we pick like, oh, here's the people we think we're going to support, we're also going to look into the press more, see like what the opposition is saying about them. Prepare for that as well. Make sure. Oh, Emily's List. I really like Emily's List. They're like, we're going to put women into office. It's important. Here's a not fun fact, okay? After there were like a few SA allegations that have come out over the past year, different people in power or running for office. And a lot of people wanted to meme and be like, oh, like opposition party does that all the time. And I looked into the data, and while there is a slight correlation that Republicans are more likely to like have allegations come up and be ousted for being like creeps, genuinely far more than party. If you want to reduce like the amount of like sexual creeps in Congress or positions of power, I'm sorry, you need to elect more women. Like the correlation was on gender lines, like far more strongly. Not absolute, but sorry, it makes a difference. Planned Parenthood, good. Aw, little high school club. AFL-CIO. All these orgs, I'm happy for them, but they just kind of like pick some letters, and I have no idea what they mean. National Democratic Redistricting Committee, interesting. Conservation, okay, like environment we have on board, cool. Committee to Protect Healthcare. I really like this logo. I see this sometimes, like the symbol of like the Democrat donkey. It's very dynamic. And Change PA. Yeah, Change PA is another org I'm looking at. Pennsylvania is our big lift, but hope. All right. I grew up in Pennsylvania. I saw it get slowly more chuddy as time went on. I don't know if it has a way fully back from that. We have Hadley for PA. So we're just going to look at these for like 15 more minutes, and then we're going to go into the WIC panel, and we'll have like a really strong sense of like, here's who's actually running, here's what they're actually running on. And I think that'll really help us in our conversation. This is Hadley Hess. This is a DLCC target race to flip. Courage, compassion, integrity. Oh, I really like this website. She has some money behind her. Ooh, you even got this little bar at the top. You can't quite see it. Like it shows your progress. Ooh. She's from Pittsburgh. Neat. Her symbol's the bridge, too.
My dad worked the steel mills that created good jobs and powered Western PA's economy. Tomorrow's jobs won't look like yesterday's, but we should never give up on the kind of opportunities they created. I'm running to work with Governor Shapiro and anyone who will help create good jobs, make life more affordable, and take on the utilities putting profit first. I'm Hadley Haas, and I'm in this fight because I believe our best days can still be ahead of us.
Cool, cool. All right. So, what do we notice? She does have a weird accent, but I promise you that's just a Pittsburgh accent. Oh, that's a cool picture. A lot of stuff about family. I like to work with Governor Shapiro because Governor Shapiro is stomping right now. So working with Governor Shapiro is kind of like a big boon. You're like inheriting a boon. Some people have called Governor Shapiro White Obama, to which I say, all right, calm down a little bit. But you know, ooh, it's like a one page. Bringing costs down. Minimum wage, affordable housing. See. Jobs. Working people, organizing good wages, union, tax the billionaires. Yeah, like everyone's locked in. And a big point of this that I really want to convey is on Twitter, they frame this as like there's a big civil war between establishment, moderate, corporate Dems, and like progressive democratic socialists, which is not true. That's just the DSA trying to get a foothold in culture where it does not exist. Every candidate, like in the Democratic Party right now, is pretty much locked in very narrowly on like the same set of policies and beliefs. It's pretty uniform at this point because that's the thing with social democracy, which is like where liberalism leads. It's just optimal. Like it's where the facts are. Like abundance is objectively correct if, you know, it's just narrow. Same kinds of things, same kinds of problems, same kinds of solutions. Healthcare, lower the cost of prescription drugs. Yep. Safety, good. Common sense gun laws, okay, a bit iffy. That loses some right-wingers who are emotionally attached to firearms. Hey, that's good. First responders. Protect kids from online predators and dangerous content. Boy, I wish the, like, far left cared about that at all. That probably should have happened in, like, 2010. Better late than never. Public schools, based. Standing up for our community. Yeah, hey, I'm bipartisan. Everyone in Pennsylvania is gonna say, hey, I'm bipartisan. It does not mean they're a sellout, okay? It just, please bear with them. Understand what Pennsylvania is. I wish I knew what the bridge meant. It might just be a thing in the Pittsburgh area. That's that. Before we go into the WIC panel in 10 minutes, I want to hop over and show you like a messaging guide really quick on something. So here you have a messaging guide. Let's pick a topic like education. We've seen a lot about education. This is from ASO Communications, which seems like a bit populist lefty, but it's just really good, generally effective if you're canvassing whenever, just online, like anywhere. You want to talk about these topics? How can you talk about them effectively? Equitable schools. I like this, safe and equitable schools, because this is about like fun public schools, which is we keep seeing. This is the topic we'd want to talk about. Here we go, messaging guidance for safe and equitable schools. Lead with shared values, not problems. And for every topic, it's a similar structure. So there's like actually like a formula and a pattern to it. Start with a shared value, not a criticism, not saying this thing is bad. Start with something that we just generally both like, on the same side. Most of us believe that every child, no matter what they look like or where they come from, deserves a safe and welcoming school where they can thrive. No matter our race, background, or zip code, most of us want our neighborhood public schools to inspire imagination, cultivate curiosity and critical thinking, and ensure our children can live fulfilling lives. You'll also notice these go into like listing 3 things. I don't know, just there's certain patterns to speech and what works. Frame the problem as a result of deliberate actions and decisions. So yeah, you start with like values, then you get into your problem and your villain a little bit. And this is where it gets a little populisty, but it's a contrast message. And if you want to get like more safe and moderate with it and not as populisty, you don't have to name a villain exactly, but you do have to call it a problem. If you look at any of Mamdani's campaign ads, it follows the same exact structure, right? Here's the thing we all care about and like, but there's this problem. These guides do call for putting a face to the name because we do kind of like characters, but it does get a little more aggressive. So higher risk, maybe higher reward. For example, instead of saying the gap between white and black and brown students persists, say politicians continue to deprive schools in black and brown communities, denying them the resources they need to ensure students can thrive, right? So yeah, do not rely upon the language of inequities and disparities, which state that some students do well, others do not, leaving the reason for the difference open to audience interpretation. A lot of people just blame black and brown kids, which is awful. And this here, don't just say, hey, there's a difference. They say it's more effective to be like, politicians did this. And here's what they did. They denied them the resources. So it's more like active, more characterized. Seems to work much, much, much better. Then we have call it the efforts to divide us. This is a very populisty thing, and I'm gonna get a little uncomfy with it. It seems like a way to like bring people together against bigotry, but it also seems like a populist way to kind of fall into the no war but class war trap a little bit. I don't know, I get a little wary on that stuff. But yeah, so it's that same kind of thing of like, oh, like they're trying to divide us and then blame us. I don't know. Lead with and focus on what we are for as opposed to what we are against, using real world language whenever possible. Use the language of lived experiences to spell the solutions. Yeah, like make it personal, make it anecdotal, tell a story. Don't just start with like, don't just throw data at people. That's the lib trap that we fall into all the time. Yeah, so it's okay in order. Here's what you do. There's sort of 3 main topics. You can break them up, subtopics, however you want. Start with shared values. Here's the thing we both like. That's your act 1. Your act 2 is here's like the problem. Here's the villain. Here's the cause. Here's the thing getting in the way of that. We like ice cream, but our neighbor has killed the guy who drives the ice cream truck. Okay. Then 3 is you get into that like vision, and like especially if you have real concrete solutions to get on specifically, make it active and use affirmative language. Not if we do this, but when we do this, or we will, or we have, we'll continue to. Point to specific ones, you have them very informative, very clear. Here's what you're going to do. It'll solve the problem and make it good. If you like, when I win, I'm gonna hire a new ice cream truck driver, so we can all enjoy ice cream again. It's what I'm gonna do, and then it's what the outcome is that we all like. Is that kind of like concrete actions, and then you have like a solution. And then you want to end on a call to action, right? Because you're bought in, you understand, here's what we like, here's what we care about, here's a problem standing in the way of that, here's what would fix it. And now you're like, well, now I want that solution. Then you end on, so vote for me this fall. That's the structure. So, like you get that kind of narrative here, right? So with the shared value, here's a problem, here's the answer. It gets people on your side, it antagonizes them and polarizes them against the opposition, and offers them a solution. On Twitter, I started seeing lefty accounts now that John Ossoff is getting so popular and is a presidential shoo-in. I saw one tweet I called out. So I'm like, this is sus. We're going to see a bigger trend of this, okay? And I was stunned to see this. This is obviously AI generated, but this is AI slopaganda designed to demoralize and defeat Democrats. I don't dislike Ossoff, and I think he'd win the 2028 election comfortably. Right? Shared values. But, problem, he has Obama written all over him, and not in a good way. So it's acknowledging some shared values, but getting into problems. He'd staff his administration with all the usual Dem insiders, problem, and not really do much to move the needle, problem. We need an FDR, not an Obama Biden 3.0. You guys, that clear like solution and mission, right? This is a textbook. Like they probably had messaging guides like this and fed them into AI. You can see by like the structure, like the M dash, this, not that. You get the contrast message. I mean, it's the exact clear 3-point structure. I guarantee you, the socialists, they have like a water symbol, and then they have like a little there's like the social symbol. This is the kind of person who I'd bet you would be likely to like rail on like data centers and stuff for using the water consumption. They absolutely fed this into AI and said, hey, AI, like, give me tweets to discourage people from supporting John Ossoff. They love to, like, pull back your momentum and demoralize and dissuade. They want to push you to the couch. They want to push you to inaction. And they don't even have a better candidate yet because the DSA types culturally have not decided if they want to rally around AOC or not. They're going to rally around Ro Khanna, who is worse. But textbook. This is manipulation. I need you to know, like, that's clearly exactly what this is. It's stunning. It's terrifying. This is slop, okay? And so I called it out, and I said, this is a formulaic AI-generated tweet to dissuade people from supporting John Ossoff. And that person got in my replies and said, offering criticism is dissuading people now. Y'all want an echo chamber for real, right? This guy was signaling to an echo chamber and actually trying to do that. And is like, what do you mean? Of course criticism is dissuading people. What impact do you think that has? Why do you think he said that? Does he want you to support John Ossoff or not? Like, he's not in a vacuum. Like, look at just the complete denial of responsibility and then trying to, like, separate any kind of... Oh, that's a different person. Sorry. That's a different socialist. See this fucking symbols? Oh, what's his bio say? Oh, join at Dem Socialists. Are you seeing it yet? Are you seeing through the fucking matrix? These people are ops. They are not your friends. They are not your allies. Here's, like, a general guide on how they message about stuff. Crazy stuff. Here's like a broader guide as well. Yeah, value, villains, victories, vision, call to action. The textbook. Please show that to any lib streamer you know when you're like, what's do they, like, they're not ops, they're whatever. It is an intentional propaganda disinformation like movement. And these are all people presenting a socialist saying, hey, join the DSA. This is what they do, and this is the why. They're trying to tear away any viable Democrat who could beat a Republican. I gotta call into Wick now. I'm gonna probably mute real quick and join that channel, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes on that stream. Cool? Cool. Hi, everybody. Trying to join Wix. Okay, I'm going to mute chat real quick, and then I'll go into there. I'll make sure I have a consent before I start streaming. I'm going to pop this out as well. I have like a clear, shareable screen. Okay, 1 second. Mute on here, mute on there, and then ask them.
Hi. Of course. I'm about to go live too. So I don't know where Erudite is yet, but when she gets here, she'll get here. And we got the important people here already. Okay, that's all I'm saying. No, I love everyone. Okay, give me a second. Sure. Okay, and I will go live too, and then start the show. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WhickTV. It's a cross ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political, cultural, from the silly to the serious. We got one more coming when she gets here. She gets here. Not so Erudite will be joining us hopefully soon. Welcome to the show, gang. Primary season is pretty much over. Okay, we don't have that many left. Do we have any left? Maybe Florida.
Florida, and then we got Massachusetts because there's in September for some reason.
Yeah, it's very little primaries left, and so here at WhickTV we are transitioning to beating MAGA in the midterms. Okay, we did all we could for now for the primaries. Okay, we got as many moderates in as possible. Now we're facing the threat of Trump. And I thought it would be helpful to kind of have a sit down and talk with some of the smartest people I know about what we should do to win. Where should we put our time, our resources? Who should we back? Who should we ignore? What races are strong? What races need our support and are weak? Where's the best use of our time? I also want to talk about messaging in general, how we should approach as influencers, right? And as voters, talking to your families, talking to your friends, when you're trying to say when someone's like, well, I don't really care who I should vote for, or I don't really know who I should vote for, what kind of things should you tell them? Like, what should our messaging be? We got some great people here tonight to talk about it. I'm going to give them the mic to introduce themselves, maybe a little bit, tell them who you are, what you do, why we should listen to you. I'm going to give the mic first to Miss Alice, and then Aiden. Okay, Alice, take it away.
Hi, I'm Alice Poole. I stream at She's Right Show. When I thought this was still more of a debate space culture, that's long dead. So I've been figuring out what is effective, and I feel so excited, like I studied for the right test. I have spreadsheets, I have charts, I have resources by several nonprofits on what works, and we're just going to nerd out, and I'm very excited. At She's Right Show.
Check her out, game. Happy to have her. We'll get into it as we go. I'm really excited to see these spreadsheets.
I got a library card for this.
A library card? Wait, you didn't have a library card before?
Not since I moved here over the past year, and I really realize now I do it online with my local library. So
it's okay. We'll talk about that another day. Aiden, mic's yours.
All right. Wait, can you hear me? I just changed a setting. Can you hear me good?
You're fine. We can hear you.
Okay. Cool. So my name is Aiden. I'm a research coordinator at Digital Ground Game, and my whole thing is I focus on elections and maps. I've been obsessed with them since I was like 14, back in 2016, and it's just been going on and on from there. So I have a lot of experience looking at elections, analyzing elections, a little bit of experience predicting them. I started in 2020, and that one went really bad for me, but I've gotten better over the years. So.
Well, I'm glad you've gotten better. Fair enough. Give me one second. Erudite's. Okay. Erudite. Yeah, Erudite's on another show. She'll be here when she can. I guess scheduling got mixed up. It is what it is. We're going to make do with what we got. So I guess the first question I have for both of you. So I've seen national poll after national poll with the general Democrat ticket up by +5, +7, +9 in some cases. How realistic is that? And how will it translate to actual victories? What is I guess, what is the state of play? Like just like a 10,000-foot view, overview, where are we at? How many seats do we need, etc. Aiden, I'm gonna let you handle this one. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we taking a look at the polling, the national polling can be a bit kind of I don't want to say irrelevant, but like it's kind of like a secondary indicator, because the national result is like a product of the statewide results and like everything that happens. So what can happen is, just because you have like a D+10 environment, that doesn't mean that everything is like universally shifting D+10. It means that some states are probably going to be shifting D+20, and some states might not be moving at all. So you're going to have like some mixed things around. That's why if you hear people saying like, "I'll say I can't lose, we're winning in all these other states," and you should never feel safe about that, because elections are not uniform in that way. Anybody can win, anybody can lose. It all depends on the individual race. So I tend to view the national ballot as more of a product of like the like each individual race, rather than like as a collective thing that's like everybody's just going to win or everybody's just going to like do well.
Well, that makes sense, right? Local conditions, different candidates can be strong in an environment or weak in an environment, and they can have different outcomes. And of course, like scandals or breaking news or everything can kind of shift the winds. So I understand that. So we are in kind of a good national environment, but don't take it for granted, gang. What are your thoughts on this, Miss Alice? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have no idea. The national tides are really weird. Especially here on out, we're just gonna have a lot of AI slop fucking up everything. And we have different groups of different like privilege levels, more or less willing to like answer polls and fuck with everything. We saw the Francesca Hong polls were made up by like some things like it's a social experiment. We just lied and no one checked us. Um, so I'm scared about all of that. I think the more national something is, the more likely it's going to be full of misinformation and disinformation.
What was it? Yeah, what was I? I'm blanking on the name. It was a media research group.
I think it was Median Strategies it was called.
Okay. Can you, if you're familiar with it, because I just saw this happen today, but I hadn't had a chance to look into it. Do either of you know like the TLDR and what happened there?
I mean, they just made up a social. Well, they claimed that they made up a social experiment to see how fake polls would like propagate throughout the information environment. And so they like recently there was an email about that got sent to the New York Times, and so they just basically dissolved their whole organization after they said that. So they did the sandpaper. It was a prank, bro, argument.
So, in other words, according to them, they wanted to see how misinformation, a false poll, would affect
Yes.
the Twitterverse and the social media and all that and the news, and they just made it up and sent it out.
That's what they claimed they did. So I think that's best case scenario.
That's insane. That's insane.
I also want to give Alice a little bit of, I guess, respite when it comes to the polling stuff, because when you look at like general election polls, you shouldn't have the same, at least in theory, you should not have the same worries as you did with the primary polls, because in general elections they can test for the recalled vote, so they can make sure that the people that they're polling voted like the way that they did for Trump in 2024 and seeing how they changed. Whereas in a primary, you can't really do that. It's just kind of like you just kind of have to get it right. Whereas with the general election polls, you can test it based on the electorate, like how did they vote before? Okay, if this is a Trump +1 electorate and it's Wisconsin, this is probably a good electorate. So they don't have to have that same like massive worry about like, are we like too many young voters or anything like that, so they can get a general pool.
That's good.
Interesting. Okay. So what would you think? Do you guys want to start with the House or the Senate first? No,
I've been looking at the
no one cares
states.
here. Okay.
I've been looking smaller.
Let's go with the House first. So every prediction market I've seen, every indicator I've seen shows we're going to win the House. What do you guys think? Are we talking 20 seats, 30 seats, 40 seats? What is your impression based on what you've seen of how many seats are likely for the Democrats to get?
So I think that Democrats are pretty much guaranteed to win the House, and by that I mean like around 220. Now, past that, I think they're likely to get more than that. I think that's just like the minimum. I think that, like, unless something serious happens, Democrats have like an 85 to 90% chance of winning the House. Now, when it comes to the overall margin, it's going to range from like 220 at the lowest to like 235 at the highest, which seems like a small range. But the problem is that polarization and gerrymandering have basically forced the House into, like, no matter what the national result is, like, unless it's like literally like an FDR style like 30-point or 20-point blowout or whatever, the maximum you're going to get is going to be around, for Democrats, it's going to be around 235 to 240 seats in the House.
What do you think, Alice? What are your thoughts? Just
I don't have any thoughts on numbers, but like I'm just trying the vibes, thinking like where, kind of triaging and prioritizing where should we put our focus. I think the House is safe. We're gonna get majorities in the House, like enough to be able to do stuff. There's, granted, Republican president, not much we can do anyway. But it would mainly be like having Congress to like block nominations, and start investigating some corruption, which is good, and also stop like future election rigging, which is
No, these are both good things. So I guess just to kind of give people an outline of what we're doing today, I want to, at least at first, kind of see the state of play, where we're at. Then I want to talk about which areas need our focus, need our help, and if there's any areas we should just write off as like, we are probably not going to get this one, right? And then once we identify where we should focus, what should we do, right? What is the best course of action to get where we want to get, which is, again, as many victories as we can, as many W's on the board as we possibly can. So the House, pretty much safe. Both of you agree about 220 minimum. We're probably going to get more, but that seems solid. Do we have a consensus here?
Yeah, I would agree. And then the big worry for the House is 2028, because the map is really favorable to Republicans, and we're only kind of winning because of our big top line. So, but that's a problem down the line. I guess we're kind of not thinking about that right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, you got to fight the battle that's in front of you to a certain extent. I get some long-term worries and some long-term planning, but I think that was, again, we won't go back to this too much. There's a couple things I want to talk about, but the primaries were to get as moderate of candidate as we can so that they can win in future cycles like 28, 2030, 2030.
Thankfully, we saved Wisconsin.
Hell yeah, we did. Together.
Everybody I know was like, they were pretending like it was already a foregone conclusion. Like it was. Absolutely. So. And the big thing about that was that there were a bunch of down ballot races. One of them was a House race that, if Hong had won, I actually think that Democrats probably would have lost that flip opportunity. And so now I think they're more likely to get it.
Sounds good. What do you think about the Senate? Let's go into the Senate now. What seats are realistically in play?
So when it comes to the Senate, Democrats actually have a pretty flexible map this year. Initially going into 2026, it was looking kind of rough because their only opportunities were like Maine and North Carolina. But since Trump was so bad, the map kind of broadened. And so we're looking at potentially, like, at the maximum, it's going to be like 8 or 9 seats gained. And then at like the minimum, I think at the literal minimum, it would be like 1 seat. But I think what's most likely is probably going to be somewhere from 2 to 4 seats. So if we're looking at some of the states that have been brought back into play, I would look at Ohio, Texas, and Alaska, and Iowa. Those are the 4, and I guess you can also add Nebraska in there with Dan Osborne. Those are kind of like the 5 states where those were like safe red, and then like they were brought into like theoretical possibilities for Democrats to flip.
So I keep hearing about North Carolina, right?
North Carolina is likely D. Roy Cooper is gonna just trounce that. It's not even gonna be close.
Okay, you think that Roy Cooper just kind of got this one in the bag?
Yeah, every single poll that comes out, he's been leading by like 8 to like 11 points, and it's like not even. If Roy Cooper loses, like I don't know, I think the universe might explode or something. Like it's genuinely like it's really not even conceivable for him to lose that race.
Will it be a if he wins? Is it a flip?
Yes, it is a flip. It's basically a guaranteed flip. North Carolina.
Okay, so when you say that's our minimum, North Carolina is the one you're looking at.
Yes,
he's solid. He's got what it takes. The polls are good, and you predict
Yes, I have it as likely Democrat.
A
So
blowout. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. No, I trust your judgment here. Again, like I said, I keep hearing about Roy Cooper and how well he's doing, but national
yeah.
attention really hasn't gotten paid to this race. Why is Roy Cooper doing so well?
So Roy Cooper is doing well. One, he's kind of like a legend in the in North Carolina. In 2008 he was running for attorney general and he got like over 60% of the vote. And even though that was like Obama only won by like 1%, so he's like kind of like a like in 2012 he ran for re-election and was unopposed for a statewide office, which is kind of crazy. So he's a very strong electorally. In 2016, he ousted the incumbent Republican governor who had won by over 10% in the previous election cycle. And then in 2020, I think he outperformed Biden by like 7 or 8%. So when it comes to Roy Cooper, he's just very strong. He's very well known. He's like kind of an icon in the state. He's very well funded, and his opponent is kind of unknown and very not well funded. Kind of everybody's kind of, the Republicans are kind of triaging this race because they know it's like definitely not where they should be spending their money at. It's like it's like if they have extra money, they'll send it to him. I think it's like, is it Michael Watley? Yeah. So he's kind of like nobody really knows who he is, and he's just kind of like a generic like MAGA Republican. So he's not really like super appealing.
You know what? I have an idea. Alice, do you have the ability to stream stuff? Right? Like could you stream like a notepad or something, or should I do this?
Yeah, I totally can.
I want to make a tier list for our Senate seats, right? Like,
this would be fun.
You know what I mean? Like,
most
these are the strongest seats we got, and these are the weakest, right? Like of all the pickups, right? Or the, I guess, swing states, if you will.
Yeah.
Going in.
That's really, actually, as I understand it,
as I understand it, we got North Carolina, we got Maine, we got Alaska, we got Ohio, we got Iowa, we got Michigan. What else?
Nebraska is up there potentially.
Okay.
Did you say Texas?
Oh, Texas! Can't forget Texas. Fair enough.
Really quick, do we want a like a Google Doc or like a Google Sheets, like a spreadsheet?
Either one, whatever you think is best for the plan here. Look, we're missing Erudite. She's I don't know if she'll make it today, unfortunately. So we're just triaging a little bit ourselves, but we'll get it done. So out of all those states I just listed, do we agree North Carolina's probably at the top of the list?
Yeah, of the flips, it's easily. I actually think that like Roy Cooper and John Ossoff are like basically tied in terms of the probability to win. Like they're basically like they're both safe.
Okay. So let's make a list of these are the Senate seats in play, right? The ones that we are paying attention to and care about. So I think we can again, North Carolina, Nebraska, Iowa, Texas. Well, I'll give you a second to get to them. Okay. Is there any way you can make it bigger so we can see?
Bigger at like zoom in?
Yeah.
Does that work?
Beautiful. Okay, a little bit bigger. Cool.
Yeah, I'm like on my laptop downstairs. So when they set up, I have 2 webcams. So my upstairs one, I have 2 monitors.
Oh.
I chose downstairs today.
Fair enough. Can we make it a little bigger?
Make it white.
Can you guys read that?
Oh, I'm just looking at the stream. It's just a little blurry. It's not really even small. It's just like, I think it's the resolution.
I don't know why that is. It may just be. I don't have Nitro, and I'm working on the laptop. So
wait, actually, I have a great idea. You should go to yapms.com and you can do a map. You can just look at a map.
Oh, sure.
Okay. YapMS.
Yep, and then you go to Senate 2026, and then it's on the States tab, and then we can fill out our race like that. That's what I use to make my own personal thing.
Okay, so let's focus on. Is there a way to like reduce it to just the ones we want to talk about?
Yeah, I can just say which ones to fill in. So, or ones to like kind of fill in, say that they're safe.
Yeah, so let's just do Aiden's overview, and then we'll talk about each one. Okay.
Or Aiden, would you be able to stream this? Would that like make more sense?
Actually, yeah, I can.
Because I'm trying to figure out this website. Yeah.
Yeah,
I have other
sorry
stuff
about
I'll
that.
definitely be streaming later.
Gang, this is
Hmm?
tech time with Wick. Okay.
One thing is, after we talk about the House and the Senate, I really want to talk about state legislatures because I've been reading a lot of books and have some exciting stuff.
All right. Does it look good on the stream?
Sure. So let's start with North Carolina. We've covered that. We're marking it safe blue.
Hey, everybody.
Likely blue.
Likely blue. Likely blue. Roy
You can see me.
Cooper is a well-known name. The opponent, pretty much unknown. And Roy Cooper is well-funded, well-liked. Every
That's North
poll I
Carolina.
see has him doing very well. We expect that to be the case. What's our next? And you said Georgia was was kind of tied. John Ossoff there's kind of tied in that
Yeah,
one.
with North Carolina, because John Ossoff and Rick Cooper are both very strong, and they're both very likely to win the race.
Fair enough. Okay, so we got those a lock. Georgia's a hold.
Yes.
But North Carolina would be a flip, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we got so far +1 Dem. Okay. Where is kind of the next tier of seats?
So that's probably so those would be the lean D seats, and one of them is a hold, and one of them is a flip. The flip is Maine, and the hold is Michigan.
Troy Jackson is our guy in Maine after the
Plattner.
Yeah, after
I feel so good about that race after Plattner dropped out. I was really dooming hard on that one.
Fair enough.
I'm so glad.
What's Troy? So with Maine, and I'll just give you my worry here. Susan Collins has a history in Maine of overperforming her polls. She's been down in the polls by double digits before and come back to a W. Is that likely to be replicated in this cycle? Why or why not?
So there's a potential for an overperformance, but definitely not like what happened in 2020. Because one, there's been an increase in polarization. In 2020, she was more popular. There was less, even though it was still the Trump era. There was no January 6th at the time of the election. There was none of that stuff. It was more just like Trump being Trump, and everybody hated him because of COVID and stuff. And another thing is that people overestimate Collins' victory in 2020 because Maine has a ranked choice voting system that only triggers if the leading candidate gets under 50%. And technically, she got like just over 50%. And the second place person, Sarah Gideon, was at like 42, but there was a third party candidate. So if you actually do the ranked choice vote calculations, she only ends up winning by like 3% in 2020. So it's it was a much closer race than it kind of looks from like a bird's eye view if you just look at the map. So that's why I think she's extra vulnerable this year. This year is also a midterm. There's not going to be a bunch of Trump voters coming out. Maine in presidential cycles is not safe Democratic. It's like a kind of a likely Democratic state. Biden won by around, I think, 6 or 7 points. I don't hate that, but yes, 6 or 7 points.
Okay, so that does make me feel a little bit better. I didn't know about the ranked choice thing, right?
Yes. So in Maine, I will say Troy Jackson, at least when it comes to his electoral record, is very, very, very impressive. He used to represent a state senate district in Aroostook County. I think that's how you say it. That's probably wrong though. Which is the very northern, like tippy top part of Maine right here, and that area is very red. It's very red, and he won that in 2020. He won that seat in 2020. So he has a very impressive record when it comes to overperforming down ballot Democrats. Now, is that going to continue like at the same degree? Obviously not, but it's definitely like a good sign for him for his electoral strength.
Where's he looking at after, like with the polls currently? I haven't.
He's narrowly ahead. He's
really ahead. It's pretty far ahead.
No, narrowly ahead.
Narrowly, okay. Fair enough. We still have time there. How much do you think the Plattner debacle is going to affect this, if at all, in the general?
I don't think it's going to affect it that much. I think there's a lot of Republican copas going on in a lot of races where they see a Democrat that they really want to run against, and then that Democrat doesn't win, and so they're trying to desperately tie them to that bad candidate. And the problem is, the political associations, it doesn't really work at that like second order level. Like if you had a first order thing, like like for example, Abdul Al Sayed and Hassan Piker. There's like a first order example where them being with each other, being next to each other. There's clear an association that is prominent. But when you do this like second order thing where it's like, okay, Troy Jackson supported Platter in the past, but like he kind of didn't really do anything with him after that. It's just it's not very intuitive for voters. Nobody's really going to care. I doubt it. And that's why I think, did you see the story? There was it was from the Collins campaign was kind of panicking after Plattner was ousted because they really wanted to run against him because I mean they had Oppo that they didn't even need to release. They had like full artillery armed and ready, and then the guy just disappeared and they don't have any ammunition left. So
they got all ready for the dance and they got stood up. You know, they were all gussied up. They had their little corsage, everything, and then didn't show.
Yes.
Like, really?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
No,
really?
No, okay.
Not
Aiden, finish up, and then I want to hear Alice's thoughts on Troy Jackson and specifically why he's a good candidate, if you think he's a good candidate, and what do you think? I guess, and we'll wrap up the segment on Maine on how should we proceed messaging wise with Troy Jackson specifically. But go ahead.
Yeah. So in Maine, I think that Troy Jackson is he's narrowly ahead in the polls. I wouldn't really even like use the polls mainly. I think that I think that the wave is going to be big enough, and since Maine is already a blue state, I think there's going to be a lot of enthusiasm there, and I don't think there's going to be enough MAGA enthusiasm to even counter that, like where it would matter. So that's just my take on it.
Oh, that's fair. Alice, what are your thoughts on Troy Jackson as a candidate? And do you think that the Graham Plattner stuff will affect it at all? And what is kind of like your thoughts on Maine in general? Go ahead.
So there's a few things. First of all, Republicans wasted a lot of their time and money, because campaigns are very involved, on Oppo research they didn't get to use. So it's effectively like, even though we put in a candidate late, they kind of also had a shorter like time budget to adapt as well, because they were wasting all of that time and money into something else, which is kind of funny and embarrassing for them. So they also kind of have a late start to pivot and rebuild from scratch. That is something they really don't like having to do. Second of all, all of Susan Collins' strengths of being like moderate and normal and bipartisan come from a time pulled before Trump and MAGA and ICE killing civilians, stuff like that. Like, it's a bad look. People are very pissed at Susan Collins, especially a lot of women, because of appointing Brett Kavanaugh. And even among Graham Plattner supporters, there were several like local news outlets and stuff interviewing like women who would just sigh and say like, look, he's an asshole, but I will vote for literally like a shoe over Susan Collins. So those people are still solid, guaranteed blue votes, which is good. And I'm looking at strong candidates, and it's why I usually prefer like more moderate Dems who can win in swing states. I'm looking for the strongest swimmers. So like there's a thing, like if you were trying to hire someone for your baseball team, and there's two candidates and they run equally fast. One of them is the famous pro who has all the best gear and can get to first base in like 10 seconds. And then the second one is like some noob, some like scrappy kid, right? And there's like shoes from home who can also get to first place in 10 seconds. Which one do you hire? It would be like the noob, because if you gave him all the best training, all the best gear,
improve it with the gear, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So like someone like Mom Donnie is like, OMG, it's great, but like he could get a lot done as a blue person in a blue state, versus like Troy Jackson is a rare example of like a progressive who can win in a red area and still get a lot done. And he has like a pretty strong record on that. So yeah, I think like I feel safe with Troy. I think he's got it.
I hope so. I hope so. I admit it's a little bit of a PTSD around Maine. But I remember we were really excited in 2020 to get rid of Collins, and it did not materialize. And that was a rough one. Okay, I hope you're right that we are in a good enough environment, and also just people in Maine just want to get rid of Collins. I hope that ends up being true. I was concerned about Troy Jackson's connections to Plattner, in that he campaigned with him. But if you guys are saying that that's not really sticking up there, then good, right? I think that's a good thing. Any other thoughts on Maine overall? What should we, if anything, as influencers, when we're talking about Maine, right? If we wanted to kind of help, first of all, is this something we should dedicate time, resources to? No?
I have very strong, weird opinions on this. I'll be able to explain at the end.
Oh, okay.
Well, I guess I would say the race I have it as lean Democrat. It's not. It's probably 60% chance, I'd say. Um, so
It's a matter.
it's
Yeah,
not like the most secure race, and I'd also say
yeah,
that
I
in
agree. Like,
smaller states like
obviously,
Maine,
vote blue
it
no
might
matter who,
actually be
but
more. You might actually get more
don't
bang
waste
for
your
your buck
campaigning for this. Yeah, it's
doing
not the
stuff for
best
them
bang for your
because you
buck.
can make like the proportion of the impact you have is going to be greater because there's less people.
Fair enough. What do you like, Alice? You said you disagreed with that. Why?
Oh, I like the same principle of get the best bang for your buck. And I think to do that, we should not be focusing on Senate states, especially the ones, Senate races, federal Senate races, especially the ones that, like the far left are trying to stake ideological battles on, because that vibe tends to, as someone, I saw someone put it, scare the hose, and makes it kind of harder. The more we kind of let that denationalize, and just let normie people just have normie opinions about like Trump and the environment as is, I think we kind of coast there. Like, I think there are better places where we need active uplifting and awareness. With Troy Jackson, it could get like a little controversial and stuff, or they'll try to take him down if he gets too much attention, with like attack ads or whatever. Like, I'm trying to kind of shut the fuck up and let him just code as normal and be normal.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes
Yeah, I
sense.
agree. I actually agree that we do need a lot. We need more normal people in Maine, apparently.
What's going on up in Maine? I don't know. It's
They're putting some in the lobsters.
yeah, the oysters are it's like Lovecraftian horror, right? From the deep sea or something. I don't know what's going on up there.
Like,
Fair enough.
things.
We've talked about so far North Carolina and Georgia. Then we have Maine and what else?
So Michigan was the other lean D seat, but that's
Okay, let's talk Michigan's gonna be a Michigan. I got a lot of thoughts on Michigan. But first, same thing. You say it's lean D. What's your kind of reasoning here? The polls, honestly, I don't know, man. I saw an poll they released about the national race, and El Said was up, good. But then Fox News released a poll as well, showing El Said was down by a lot. What's your read on all this? Go ahead.
So right now, I do think that LSAT is done right now, and I do think that number will tick up. And the reason is because the bidder primary just ended. There's a lot of like people who are concerned, and I guess this lean D is kind of like factoring in like he chooses the correct answer to the Hassan Piker question and gets rid of him by the time the election comes. I would just say like within like a month of the election, I would say is like because if he does that and he actively condemns like in specific terms like what he is condemning, I think voters like that, because what moderate voters want to see is they obviously know that Republicans call every Democrat a socialist. Okay, that they're not that stupid. They're able to watch ads and they see that they call Obama that, they call Bill Clinton that, they call everyone that. What they want is for the Democrat to be able to have a hard line and basically say, hey, this is what I'm not going to do. And so this is the problem with a lot of like the kind of the no enemies to the left kind of mindset, which is because when you're unable to condemn things that are bad on your side, moderates look at that and they go, okay, well, you're probably not going to oppose this once you're in office, so I'm just going to treat you like if you were just the same as them. And if candidates are able to stake that out and say, okay, these people are, I am telling you, I hate these people, or no, you don't have to say I hate, but like, this is not something I support, I disavow it, I condemn it completely, then moderate voters are willing to say, okay, this person at least seems like he has some ground to stand on. This is the same thing that happened with the defund the police thing, where candidates were certain candidates were unable to say like, no, I just don't agree with this. This is stupid and wrong, and that would help them a lot more if they did that. So,
do you think his answers so far has been enough? He has said,
no. The answer is no.
Okay,
short
enough.
Answer is no.
But just to let the audience know, right? He has been confronted with Hassan Piker's take on 9/11 specifically, and El Said did respond that he thought that was dumb. You don't think that's strong enough?
Well, no. So the problem is that he didn't condemn he didn't condemn the Hassan Piker, like he didn't condemn Hassan. He said even Hassan thinks that's stupid. So he's still kind of clinging to, or not clinging, but he's still kind of letting Hassan linger there. But he's not. But he's just kind of like dismissing the concern. And the problem is that Hassan is like this endless litany of things that people can attack El Sayed for. So the thing that El Sayed needs to do is he needs to specifically distance and denounce Hassan himself. It's not just like, oh, I think even he acknowledges that this thing was stupid and wrong. It's like a very weak kind of tepid, like, oh, like this doesn't. He's basically telling the voters like this doesn't matter. Don't care about this. And the problem is that voters really don't like that. Voters don't like being told what to care about.
I want to get Alice's thoughts on this before we get too far into the weeds here, and I don't want to focus all of our attention today on it, but it does bear talking about, like, what should El Said do when it comes to his associations and the attacks against him. I think that's strategy, and it's pertinent to discuss. But I want to catch up Alice here and get her thoughts on, one, the polling situation. Where do you think El Said is right now? Is he behind? Is he above? Is he doing better than the poll suggests? Is he doing worse? What do you expect? And also, what are your thoughts on why? Go ahead.
So right now, according to like all the polls I've seen, especially factoring like the pattern of things like the Hong race and stuff, and even Maine, I see some red flags. I think he is a little behind. I think he's kind of running into a problem a bit that even Graham Plattner ran into, but got overshadowed by the other news of a lot of that progressive, very online support with lots of money and lots of attention, cares more about winning a primary against a liberal woman, and then is kind of bored and disinterested in the general. So that's kind of like staking your whole thing on a group of people who will show up for you early, and you'll think they're going to show up for you later, and then they're not showing up for you later. And then it's kind of toxic, but if you disavow them, then they can become anti-fans. So it's kind of bad strategy. There is a way out of this, which we've seen with James Tallarico. He was criticized as taking a campaign strategy where he was kind of ignoring and neglecting and alienated a lot of Black voters. And so what he did is he specifically went out of his way to do a bunch of town halls and get roasted and like take it to his face, and be a good sport about it. And like he's actually meeting with those groups and those voters. And his campaign did kind of stall out and was behind in messaging. And now it's tipping in his favor again. What El Sayed needs to do, and it's like me just saying the problem again and again, isn't going to help because it's very obvious and it's very black and white. He needs to disavow like Hassan Piker and like that group. And he needs to do a lot of positive work, building connections and gaining endorsements from the Black community, the Jewish community, and like women's groups in that race. If he does not do that, he's just going to lose unless the blue wave is big enough to carry him and he gets lucky. And until I see him do that work, I'm just not like talking about that race. And I think it's on his supporters to lift him or figure that out.
Fair enough. When it comes to doing that work, so again, Tallarico, I saw the same town halls you did. He had a problem that a lot of Black voters were sore about the primary and the disrespect that they felt that Tallarico's campaign surrogates and Tallarico himself showed them. So yes, I did see him go out and talk to the Black community, go and have town halls and have people come up and confront him. And I think he did a masterful job at answering a lot of their concerns. I was worried for a minute about him, but I think that he's like, because there's always this temptation, right, to say, I've done nothing wrong. You guys are all stupid, right? Come at me, bro. And I think that would have been the exact wrong thing to, like, the streamer brain. Like, that's what I would do, right? Like, this is why I'm not running for office. Like, if someone accuses me of, like, you don't respect these type of people, I'm like, no, fuck you. Yes, I do, right? And I'd have an argument about it. That would be the wrong thing to do, right? And so I understand it, like the level of humility that takes, the level of strategy that takes to be recognized. Okay, this isn't the right move. We need to appeal to these voters. We need to win these voters. We need to go out there and do these town halls. I think that was excellent. I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't know if El Said has that in him. From everything I've seen and all the way he engages with people, and he's very combative. He's very streamer brained in that way. And again, like, that's something I would do, but it would be the wrong move, right? So I don't know if he has it in him. How can we is there a way that we could convince him to do these things? So the groups you mentioned were, just real quick, the groups you mentioned, Alice, were Black voters, and I've heard some Black voters say that they're uncommitted, right? Like, is it kind of a joke thing, everything? But I'm not sure how much of that is actually a joke. You know what I mean? Jewish voters, women's groups. Those were the three, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry for interrupting you, Aiden. What were you trying to say? Like, do we think he has that in him? Will he do that? And how can we convince him to if he's not?
So I think that this is actually when it comes to like if we need the Democratic candidate to do something, this is probably the area where influencers probably have the biggest influence because like to pressure him to denounce Hassan and to pressure him to reach out to these groups by saying this on social media over and over and over again and getting a bunch of people to say it, it will eventually pressure him into doing it. And I think that a lot of the reason he's like not really doing this is because he's not just like super cocky and overconfident, but he also has a bunch of staffers that are like kind of reinforcing that he's right and everything. So I think that online pressure, particularly from influencers towards El Sayed, I think it is a good idea, and it eventually like with enough of it, like the more that happens, the better. And with enough pressure, I think we could get him to make some of these decisions.
Is there a time limit on this? Like, I think that I tend to agree with you. Well, here's what I think will happen. It will depend on the next set of polls. If the next set of reputable pollsters come out and it shows that he's still down in the general, then what will happen is he will probably have much more of a chance of going that route where he goes and he does a tour and he does like a unity tour where he goes out and he specifically appeals to those groups, does a town hall, takes it on the chin. The things we're asking for him, he mostly does, right? I can see that world happening. I see another world where the poll results come out and he's either tied or a little bit ahead, and he decides not to go that route because why would he? He's winning, right? And I worry about that route, right? I think that might be the kind of overconfidence that will get you killed in the general election. When it comes to like politically, I think that you will think you are more ahead than you are, and the groups that you fail to reach out to will simply stay home, and that's going to be a problem. What do you guys think of my analysis there? Do you think I'm pretty spot on? What's your thoughts, Alice? I'm really curious.
I think it shouldn't even require all of us spending our time and effort telling him to course correct. As an adult, as a smart adult with a campaign staff around him, he should know better by now. He should have already surrounded himself, like he should know what the right call is. If he can't make that decision, I think he kind of deserves to lose. If he course corrects, I will reward that with a positive attention. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
But just on that, like, I don't know if we can assume that he knows the right move, right?
Yeah,
I don't know if we can actually assume that.
I think we should pressure him. I think we should keep pressuring him. And even if the polls are like kind of tied, I think it can still have an effect, especially if it's like very close and like in the governor race, the Democrat is like pulling ahead. Like if there's clearly a difference there, then they can still have weight to kind of be like, hey buddy, you're falling behind. You need to kind of do this thing. So I think that there is a time limit. I think he has a little bit more time, probably around to the end of September. I would say he has. So I would say, and after that, it's like, okay, what the fuck is he doing? But let's just pray. But
so as long as he starts sometime within September, you think he's got a shot?
Yes.
Okay, now that seems reasonable, right? What would you say to the people who say like, because when we talk about messaging, there's a lot of people who have pointed to the criticisms of his connection with Hassan Piker and just his connection with other groups, supposedly, and said that's Islamophobia, right? Do we think that kind of defense will work in the general election? Why or why not? Does it hit well? And is it actually Islamophobia? I'm really curious your thoughts.
So for the first question, like, does it not matter? The answer is, unfortunately, fortunately, even if it is Islamophobic, and when it comes to the Republicans, it definitely is. Unfortunately, a lot of voters, especially in places like Michigan, are Islamophobic. I don't know if people saw, but there was that one congressional Republican primary in Michigan where the candidate who dropped out and had like a white-sounding name won against the Trump-endorsed candidate named Amir Hassan because of the last name. Okay, people in these states are. I mean, there's going to be a lot of Islamophobia there, and that's not right. That's not good. But we are saying that like it's not a good look when you are the Muslim candidate trying to make yourself like seem like the pro-American patriot, and then you're going around campaigning with the guy who hates America and wants it to fall and collapse and everything. So it's just not like he just doesn't need to like be adding all that extra like weight onto what's already going to be hard anyway.
What do you think, Alice?
I think we can all agree that Islamophobia is bad, and I condemn it. Nonetheless, the unfair reality is he is now facing an Islamophobic race. Is there any extent to which he is like leaning into the negative perceptions that voters would otherwise irrationally hold about him? If they're rational beliefs, fuck them. Hassan Piker has a framed picture of the towers burning on 9/11 behind him on his stream, and that's who Abdul al-Sayed has refused to dissociate from. And that specific action-based thing, like that is what he bears responsibility for, and that's not about his background at all. Like that's just the facts of the actual choices he's making. If they want to see like what real Islamophobia is going to look like, Republicans are going to show them, and I'm really worried these lefties are not aware, and they keep misusing a lot of this language just to try and like troll liberals, like concerned troll liberals, and they're avoiding confronting the very real problem that there is unfortunate ammunition for.
I think that Aiden, I think it was you who said this, Aiden, I'm pretty sure, that the staffers he has seem to be kind of gassing him up a little bit, right?
Yes.
In ways that we would consider probably unwise. Is that a
Yes,
fair
100%,
framing of
100%.
your statement?
Yes, I would agree 100%.
Oh, Alice,
I have a note about that. Oh yeah, I believe like in terms of his support, and even maybe the people working on his campaign, isn't he a fight agency sponsored candidate? It's like the same kinds of people, right? And towards the end of Graham Plattner's campaign, his numbers were Graham Plattner's numbers were starting to stall out. His fundraising was starting to stall out, and his messaging was getting more kind of like Messiah coded. And it seemed like he was also being gassed up and believed he could run for president. And I'm worried if that same kind of like ego fluffing is now moving to Syed because it.
So I'm
leads to bad choices.
and someone double check this for me, but Fight Agency is working with El Sayed.
Or it might not be that word specifically, but it was like the same kinds of people, same kinds of fans online too.
Yeah. I know he's acknowledged and defended the firm's work for his campaign. So at least at some point they were connected. I don't know how strong that connection is or these things, but yes, I think that if he has those kinds of people in his orbit that are in advisory roles, right? Because look, every campaign has a whole bunch of moving parts. Some people have much more influence within the campaign than others. And yes, if he is surrounded by people who are trying to kind of like do the lefty thing where like, no, you don't need to address any of these things. You're just correct. You need to go out and double down. You should show them how strong you are and how manly and how you will never back down, all these things. Yeah, it's not going to work. He's going to lose.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know the internal workings of his campaign enough to make an honest assessment on that. I think that, again, every day that goes by where he does not do these things that we've talked about today, which I think are very obvious things, right? These aren't.
Yeah, I would agree too.
If we, right, are sitting here, right, as kind of amateur to professional, like minor people, right? If we're saying things like this and we can see things like this, he should too, and his campaign should too. It's just the most obvious thing in the world that if you are running in a state where you're worried about Islamophobia that will hurt you and you want to win, you take steps to distance yourself from people who want to destroy America. That seems like an obvious thing to do, right? The fact that he hasn't with Hassan worries me. It makes me wonder, like, why not? Like, that's a question I have. Why hasn't he yet?
And
Besides
being like a Muslim candidate, like this is nothing like beyond that. Like this is a net negative for like any campaign, and we just saw this happen to Hong. And even Hong, before the election, was saying on social media, like, hey, if I win, I'm going to, like, change out a lot of my staff and, like, pivot and do what needs to be done. Like, so we saw this, right? It's not about him specifically. It's like, this is a bad look for literally any candidate. And we're seeing that in the numbers. And so that's the problem. Like, it is a real problem. There's precedent. I don't know
Yeah,
why
but
he
I
doesn't see
think
it or doesn't want to.
we got to acknowledge it hits harder, right? Like, I don't like it either.
It may. Yeah, I don't
think
know.
it's good that it
Yeah, I
hits
think
harder,
it does hit harder, unfortunately.
but it does.
Even if it hits as hard as it hits for anyone else in general, it's still a significant enough problem that it needs to be addressed.
Oh yeah, I would agree as well.
Yeah. Also, the fact that he's not out there trying to do the Tallarico thing of winning back the voters that he lost in look, the primary, he won it by less than a percentage point, right? He needs to spend some time unifying. What steps has he taken to do this? I know that he has. I saw a picture of him embracing Haley Stevens, right? Who's been a great sport about all this. I know McMorrow has been a great sport as well and has specifically endorsed him several times.
Haley
What
Stevens has
is
been
he
running his
doing?
campaign
What is
better
his
than he
campaign
has.
doing right now to unify the Democratic Party in Michigan?
So not he hasn't been doing much. Like he hasn't like he's obviously put out the things like you have a welcome place in our campaign or let's unify and stuff. He's said the words, but he hasn't taken any substantive actions that are showing like, hey, I'm going to deprioritize my ideological base and in favor of coalition building. He has not done anything to that note as of yet. So that is the worry.
Well, that's not again. The primary was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
He doesn't
And that's
have
the red flag to
time
me.
as a resource, and I just wonder what he's doing. I can see needing like a week to transition, to refocus, to get your messaging straight.
But
all
there's no
these
story
things.
about a shakeup. Like, just keeps doing the same thing.
Yeah. And again, maybe he'll surprise us. Maybe tomorrow he'll come out and he'll announce that he's going on a unity tour. I believe Crowley did that. Almost
Yeah.
as soon as he won.
Great sport, team player. That's what to do.
Yeah. He's like, the next day they had brunch together and they took pictures of it, and then they started saying, we are going to unify around this, right? Around again, Francisca Hong, to her credit, great team player as well. And he's like, okay, we still have our differences, but let's get the troops in line. Let's go. Yeah, I just don't see that with El Sayed, and I worry. I do worry about it, and I don't know what else to do but continue to point out the obvious and say, hey, buddy, we need you to win this state. It's really close. You need to do these things to, even if you are winning by a little, we want you to win by a lot. Okay? We want it to be foolproof, right? So when whatever fucky wucky shit Trump tries in the midterms, right, we can make it quote unquote too big to rig, right? So what are you doing, man? Get off your ass. Get it into gear. Do what you need to do. That's my advice to Mr. El Sayed. If he were to listen, I hope he does. I do want him to win. We want this seat. This seat would be amazing. Okay. Anything
100%.
else on Michigan specifically on the Senate side?
Yeah, just like last thing is just like, yes, the influencer, like the reason why big part of the reason why he's so confident in his strategy is, well, one, he's like a very egotistical person. He's very braggadocious. He's kind of like that. But also, the second thing is like, since he's surrounded by all these staffers, he's not really seeing a lot of what we're saying, and we need to amplify this messaging so that like he sees it more and more and more. And I know the individual impact we all make is not going to be very much, but it's gonna, every single little bit matters. That's my last take on that.
Anything else from you, Miss Allen?
Yeah, I think was with Tallarico. He showed up to the town halls and made sure like that everyone knew that they were heard by him. And he took it like a good sport and he didn't argue. And even that town hall, like he made very clear, like, stop saying mean things about Jasmine Crockett online to his fans. He was showing up to that town hall and it was meant to be the first of many. And also he was talking with like black groups in Texas who had a very specific material demand, which was, I believe, $250 million to black get out the vote operations, which is very concrete. That means jobs in black communities that frankly benefit him also. Like that's a win-win. That's a serious negotiation. Like earn my vote, concrete, mutually beneficial. And I've seen other people campaign for El Sayed, but there's a lot of hesitation and there's the very clear demand, like disavow Hassan Piker and then do outreach with these specific groups. And I just have not seen that. And that seems so easy because that's not even like a big monetary request. It's just as a Valorant streamer. The moment he does that, and it's a problem that the news story shifts to like this passive, how valid do the critiques of his associations align with Islamophobic stereotypes is bad. It should be an active news story set by him about the work he's doing to reach these other communities. Like actively disprove this.
Sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Mud Dangerous wants to come on for a moment, and is that okay with you guys? Just to talk about El Sayed for a moment. He asked, so I figured, you know what? Why not? Kyla, unfortunately, I don't know. I hope she gets here, but who knows? Let me bring on Mud Dangerous and see. You're live. Muted on your end, sir.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. What did you have for us?
So I want to say I'm coming to terms with El Sayed myself, and I'm kind of coming around on a lot of what you guys have concluded in that. I think he probably has an outsized view of his positioning here. I guess my challenge with that is, Alice, you said something earlier. You said if he doesn't do these things, like if he doesn't do the work, he deserves to lose. And therefore you don't want to engage in boosting him until that's done. I agree with you on like the moral justice of the universe perspective. Like he should lose. But are you willing to give up the 51st seat in order to have that play out? Or as influencers, should we not be pushing him much more aggressive, pushing him to condemn it, but then also pushing him forward because he's a winnable seat?
Sure. So that gets into a really good topic of like moral and ethical responsibility that I think we fall for a lot. And a lot of like the lefties especially, it's very toxic. And a lot of like toxic people in any capacity in life try to abuse that constantly. They'll be like, well, it's a good thing, and then kind of passively pressure you to make it your job and your duty. So that I agree, like, yeah, we should not give that up. That's his job to do. That's not necessarily my job to do. I'm still voting about who, and I'm going to dedicate like all of my time and like effort into boosting Democrats. But that is one task where I would have to win it in spite of him and not because of him. If he does that, that is his job and his community's job who like uplifted him and pushed him to win. That is their homework assignment.
I'll be stronger than Alice maybe here. If he does not do this by September, I don't think we should help. Because we have, again, our resources, our time, our money, our attention, our energy, none of these are limitless. We have a finite amount of all these things that we have to spend. So, again, part of what I'm doing tonight is to determine where should we spend those finite resources. And if El Sayed does these things, I'm happy to give him some of my time, some of my energy, some of all these things. Because
but then he's a
little
layup,
behind
right?
The way.
If he does that, but if he does that,
no, he's not a layup. He's not. It's still gonna be tough, even if he does it. But if he does it, it's gonna show that he's serious and that he has a much better shot.
Yeah.
So it's still gonna be competitive either way.
And so if he doesn't, then I have other races I need to win. Okay. I got Texas. I got Ohio. I got Iowa.
Alaska.
Right? Alaska, right?
Yeah, Alaska.
I got other places I need to spend my time and energy. And if he's not willing to do what it takes to win, okay, God bless him. I hope he wins, but it won't be with my coin. It won't be with my energy. Yeah, that's my thoughts. What are your thoughts on that response there?
I mean, that makes sense to me. I guess the question then is to Aiden, right? Is like, are there enough winnable seats out there where if you redirect your efforts, we redirect our efforts, right, to other races, that we can win around him? And I suspect, well, hey, I suspect there are, because we were already kind of talking about this with Plattner, right? And sort of coming around to the fact that maybe Plattner's not the guy. Now Maine is back in play, even favorable. So maybe that, the punting Plattner is now punting El Sayed, fine. But like that to me is just the question. Like it's just the pure math of tonight, and I'm a run, so I'll listen to the rest of it. But like Aiden, yeah, are there enough seats where you can punt one race that's winnable for a less likely race where you maybe can lend support?
So strictly speaking, yes. It makes it much harder though. And I would say that when we're talking about like redirecting our focus, we're not really saying because because I think that the scenario you're laying out kind of like assumes like it doesn't really assume infinite resources, but like there's no way where we can dedicate like a bunch of energy to like Texas and Ohio and Michigan and Alaska. So what would end up happening is if he did condemn Hassan and do all these things, we would condemn or we would put forth a significant effort into Michigan, but that effort in Michigan probably couldn't be used elsewhere. And what I'm saying is, if he doesn't do these things, okay, let's just take the Michigan effort and put it somewhere else instead.
Yeah.
Is basically what I'm saying. So it's not really about like we're not giving up Michigan. We can only prioritize like maybe like 1 or 2 or 3 seats, and so we're just choosing to prioritize the other ones. That doesn't necessarily mean we are giving up, but we have finite resources in that matter, basically.
Yeah, understood. I mean, yeah, sure, not giving up, but like you're leaving it to a higher risk, right? What could be a lower risk seat is now going to be a higher risk seat. You're going to try and reduce our risk somewhere else.
Well, we're not leaving it up to a higher risk. The people who push from the
I-
primary did that, right? It's a moral responsibility. It's a trap. They get you on
Sure.
this all the time, and it's very subtle. But we all have to realize we've all fallen for it. We have to stop falling for it.
Well, here's the counter argument to that is that in the scenario where we do go in on Michigan, that is effort that we're not putting in on Texas and Alaska. You would agree for that?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
either
sure.
way, either way, we're prioritizing some things and deprioritizing other things. So it's not really like we're
Yeah,
not
like,
really leaving anything up to chance. We're just choosing
pull
which
a piece
ones.
go on you. Which would you rather which would you rather support, Talarico or El Said, if you had to choose? And to be clear, we kind of do, because I get maybe if you're fucking rich like Destiny or Hassan, you could just throw money at these people. I don't have that kind of resources, right? So if I'm going to give a little of if I'm going to go out and canvas, right? I can't go. I have a job, right? I do this for a living. I could take a week off to canvas. Do I do it in Texas or do I do it in Michigan?
Totally. Yeah, no, and I would. I mean, apropos of nothing, I'd rather win Texas and Alaska than Michigan. Personally, like I because I just like the candidates better. But I guess the flip side of this is there's sort of the other thing that influencers can do that's maybe even more impactful than influencing voters is influencing the campaign,
That's
right?
what I
And
was saying
so
earlier. Yeah.
yeah, and so should we be putting our effort into El Sayed's campaign, making the positive decision to distance himself from, the anti 9/11 stuff, um, and
I do
and
think so. Yes.
and then if again, like you said, there's a limit, obviously,
Sure.
right?
Well, like,
We say
just to
September,
be clear,
fine, but like we got to go all in
yeah,
on getting them to do that,
yeah,
and then we
just to be clear,
evaluate.
I will tweet out to disavow Hassan all day for free. Like, for that's nothing to me, right? Like,
Yeah, sure.
that's gonna happen no matter what,
That's
right?
worth $8 a month.
But when I talk about like who
We'll
should
pay
I
to do that.
campaign for, again, I got to make choices. So
Sure. Yeah. No, I understood. Yeah, I totally get that. Cool. And yes, Alice, I heard you mention that the other day. This idea that like sort of like passively asking for things, right? Oh, I'd
Yeah.
sure love for that to happen. And it's like it's been eating at the back of my brain. So I very much appreciate that framing. I am gonna go. I appreciate this, everybody. Thanks for the time, Wick. Good work.
No problem.
have a great day, man. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So it's this idea, right? So there are people, and their agenda specifically is to just have El Sayed win. And also, if they can, as a bonus, they also like this, they want a lot of Democrats to lose. And they will pose to you the hypothetical. Is it better for you to put effort into have El Sayed win or not and he loses? And in that vacuum, yes, it's better for him to win. But it's a little like, okay, that's generally on the side of your goals. You should do that, right? But they are purposely omitting the macro, which is I have like 10 points worth of energy to do. And my goal is to make sure we get Democratic majorities win that are the most effective. And in that scope, even though it would generally be good or forward facing to like help the El Sayed campaign, that would be so low on the list of priorities, it is not worth me allocating points to. Meanwhile, even though it would be in support of my goals, I think the people whose goals solely are to have El Sayed win should be putting all of their points into that. And it's suspicious to me that they're not. They're just trying to make us spend our points as inefficiently as possible and then not talk about other races. That is their job, and if they do it, and
they're busy
yeah.
putting points into why Ossoff sucks, right? This is what
Yes.
I see on the timeline, right?
Well, right now they're putting points into Larkin.
Well, yes.
Yeah,
that
which is
too,
also silly.
which is a.
Oh,
We could talk. Hold on. Do we want to talk about? No, not yet.
We can't. Well, the polls actually just closed in Florida, so we can check it real quick.
Oh yeah.
I'll give you a check.
One more quick thing. So even if we did put our time and effort into making El Sayed win, after that they would take credit for all that effort in making him win and still shit on us. So that's still like a bad look and inefficient, even for our own brand and reputation building. Like,
yeah.
It's just not a good use of my time. It's not my top priority. It's generally a good direction. They should do it, not me.
Yeah, I agree. I tend to agree. Now again, if El Sayed were to do as I think he should, and he demonstrates he's serious about beating Mike Rogers, and like I do think it's worth putting in some of my energy points into that then, because Michigan is going to be close. I think Michigan is going to be closer than the other swing states that we've talked about so far.
If he does that, then it becomes more worthwhile and more efficient as well. Like, that is objectively a better use of points.
Yes. I'm looking at Larkin versus Moskowitz. Nothing's in yet on my end. So we'll keep.
I can update you when it happens. Florida tends to count votes very fast, though, so I'll let you know when it happens.
Thank you for that. I do appreciate. Okay, I think we've said all we need to say about Michigan's Senate race. The governor's race looks a lot better to me.
Yeah, that one I have as likely Democrat. It's not really going to be close, I don't think. Jocelyn Benson's really strong.
I think that's likely, as you say. It's not a lock, but it's far more likely. So fair enough. Okay, so we've covered Maine, North Carolina, Georgia, and Michigan. What's next on our list?
So the next would be the toss-up races and the three that I have as toss-ups are Ohio, Texas, and Alaska. So I guess we'd start with Ohio.
Give us the rundown on Ohio.
So in Ohio, what's happening right now is the former Senator Sherrod Brown, who is the only Democrat to win a Senate race in Ohio in the 21st century, is running again to get his seat back, that he very narrowly lost in 2024. And keep in mind that in 2024, Kamala Harris lost Ohio by like 15 points or something. And he lost it by like 2. It was very, very close, and he was very strongly outperforming. Now, you have to keep in mind, that was during the Trump electorate. So there's a big MAGA surge, especially in these rural areas, Southeast Ohio, kind of the Appalachian area. So in a midterm, chances are much better for Democrats. And Sherrod Brown has been leading in the vast majority of polls that I've seen. I don't think I've seen a single poll where he's actually down.
Yeah, that's just real quick, because I do want to prioritize my money a little bit. $5 from Metalworks. And I know this is taking us back a little bit, but he paid $5, so we'll get through it. Would it be helpful for El Sayed and other Muslim politicians if they disavowed illiberal Islamic beliefs whenever they pop up in the conversation?
Yes, easily yes. It's just an easy yes.
I agree. Again, you can scream, "That's not fair. Why should they have to do?" They do. I mean,
life isn't fair. I mean, it's very bad that we have to do this, but we do. Like, there's a lot of things that we don't want to do, but we have to do.
So actions beat words, and it's way more effective rather than having these passive theoretical conversations about Islamophobia. If he just did some active campaign events with the Jewish community, he looks good doing that because it's campaigning in general, helps all voters. He's appealing to a community who can also like support him and volunteer for him and donate to him. Like, that's just what he should be doing. It's just a way more effective use than sitting on this.
Fair enough. So back to Ohio. You say it's a toss-up. Again, most of the polls I have seen show the Democratic candidate winning.
So
go ahead.
Yes, the thing about Ohio is that it's Ohio, and that in 2024 the polls also had Sherrod Brown up. So the way I'm thinking it is Ohio, and like there's a history of polls being wrong in favor of the Republicans in Ohio by a lot. In 2022, there were a lot of polls showing Tim Ryan up, especially in the summertime, like it is now. And Tim Ryan narrowly lost that in 2022 against J.D. Vance. But that's why I have it as a toss-up, because it's like this is a Trump plus 15 state. It's going to have to take a lot more to get me to say this is lean Democrat, basically.
Makes sense. What are your thoughts, Alice?
My girlfriend's family grew up in Ohio, and I visit there sometimes. And last year we went to a baseball game And in like a Major League Baseball stadium, you could like look around and just see a sea of like vaguely potato-shaped white people. And that was sort of it. And as someone who lived in Philly for 5 years and now in Baltimore for like another one or two, it felt weird. It's liminal. These are people who would absolutely fall for every right-wing chud argument about like forced diversity or whatever, because it is far more theoretical. I grew up in Pennsylvania, same kind of thing. We underestimate how red these areas are. My best hope is that they just don't show up and vote this cycle.
I would say that's actually likely. Is that a lot of the MAGA people seem to be like these only presidential cycles. I only vote for Trump kind of thing. That's kind of what helped Sherrod Brown in 2024, was that a lot of them just didn't vote in the Senate race.
And I will say though, having been to Ohio a few times, fewer Trump flags, far
Yes.
fewer.
I think that, again, being that this is the midterms and being that we are living in a national environment of plus like what 8-9D, toss-up's probably the right call here. I think that it's going to be a coin flip. Now, honestly, Ohio is one of those places where I think we can have a good effect. Like if we wanted to spend time, resources, energy canvassing for the Senate candidate there, that might be a good use of our time. I think it's going to be close, right? It's going to be very close. And I think that if we made a concerted effort, we could flip Ohio. What do you guys think?
I would 100% agree. And in fact, we at Digital Ground Game are doing canvassing in Toledo. We have a canvassing house there. So if you want to canvass in Ohio, please come to our canvassing house and come help us canvass, because we're doing things there.
No, you guys called that one right. Well, you agree with me at least. So either we're both right or we're both wrong. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
We're gonna
think
find
that Sherrod Brown is a good candidate as well, right? Like I think that they hit
And that's
they hit
overlapped
the
with-
right kind of candidate for that state. Does that make sense?
That's overlapped as well with the governor's race, I believe, which is also very high profile, which is Dr. Amy Acton running against Vivek Ramaswamy, who has strong associations and ties to Trump, to being really rich, to being kind of a carpetbagger, and also all the same bigotry, like worse bigotry than Syed has to deal with. Worse bigotry on Ramaswamy for being Indian and being Hindu, I think. He's gotten a lot of hate in Ohio. So there could be a general blue tilt because of that.
Yeah. The Groypers have set their sights on him. In the primary, there was this guy called Casey Putsch who tried to beat him. He didn't even get close, but he actually did, like the notable amount of support he did get was actually in a lot of these rural areas. So there's definitely some amount of Indian racism that's going on there. We'll see how much that affects it in November. But I will say the Groypers certainly do not like Vivek.
Sure. Six euros from Map the Convo to say, Mr. Wick, could you check the Discord DM of Map the Convo after the show, please? I'll check. We'll see. Boilers are cool. Tier 2 membership. Thank you, gang. And we'll just take this moment because we're at the halfway mark here. If you enjoy this content, if you're liking these kind of strategy sessions, show me. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button if you are not subscribed yet. If you want me to repeat this kind of thing, send me money. The more money I get, the more likely I am to do segments like this in the future. So super chat me, throw some Twitch subs my way, anything like that really helps me out. Really appreciate that. Okay, back to Ohio. What other races are in Ohio down ballot that we're looking at?
So actually, the house that we have in Toledo, we put there because it also overlaps with the congressional race for Marcy Kaptur, who is the longest-serving incumbent representative in the House. She's been there since 1982. So she is a extremely strong incumbent, but they just redistricted her into a Trump plus 11 seat. So she's going to be fighting for it there, but we're going to be there. We're going to be helping her. But she is a strong Democratic incumbent, and we're trying to hope her hold that seat against this MAGA candidate trying to oust her. And then there's also obviously the Max Miller district, which is in Ohio, which we are going to have that's actually the district my parents live in. So it's going to be that's almost like a certain flip. It's like it's lean or likely, but like that district is Trump plus 11. So that might actually have a effect on the Senate race and the gov race if there's a bunch of negative impact for the Republican there.
Thank you for the Prime sub, Big Chuck 664. Really appreciate you. Alice, any other thoughts on that?
Ohio is like chud country. It's very gerrymandered. It's so tempting because like on paper all of it looks super duper close. But it's kind of hard mode and it's easy to underestimate. But if we tip Ohio, which does seem possible, so goes the country. It's like the ultimate swing state.
Well,
And
was.
MAGA's
It
basically
was.
dead. We get it.
It was from 1960 until 2020. It voted for, I guess, before 2020, so 2016. It voted for the winner in every single election.
Yeah.
And then the problem is that it went from battleground to like a very Republican leaning state, and so it's kind of lost that. But yes, it was the swing state of all swing states for a very long period of time.
It's kind of like the heart of American culture. Like if that's tipping left again, then I'm hopeful for the future.
Hope we'll see. We'll see. We'll put some. I'm
nervous.
glad Digital Ground Game has some has a canvassing house there. I hope they do like a big event there. I would love to come back and kind of help you guys out. Again, it's a toss up, but that's where I like these
That's
close
where
races.
our effort is best spent. Yeah.
Yeah, these close races
Mhm.
is where that's what we need to tip, right? That's what we need to put our shoulder to the wheel, okay, and kind of push them over the edge there. And again, the candidate's doing everything right that I see. I don't see any controversies. I don't hear anything terrible about the person. It just seems like an easy get, but we'll see, right? What else we got for anything else on Ohio at all from either of you?
I don't think so. Other than the Max Miller race and the Marcy Kaptur race, it's the Senate and the Gov. So that's about it there. The state legislature is horrifyingly gerrymandered for Republicans there, so there's no chance of Democrats.
Well, unfortunate, but we do what we can. Texas. Let's talk about Texas.
So this is the race where I genuinely think that there's some like supernatural shit going on that's like they're trying to manifest the perfect storm for Democrats there. Because it seems like James Tallarico has done literally everything correct, and the Republican, Ken Paxton, has literally done everything wrong. So it genuinely seems like there's a perfect storm brewing. That said, Texas is Texas. So it's a toss-up. It's a toss-up. I don't know if people just saw, but there was a story just like, I think it was like today or yesterday, about John Cornyn's former staffer joining James Tallarico's campaign, which is really, really, really unprecedented for like a staffer who's like recently a Republican, like who like just was in the campaign like this year earlier for John Cornyn and left and joined Tallarico. That means that the staffers genuinely think that there's like a possibility that Tallarico might win, which from the polls, like it's a toss up. The polls are a complete toss up, and that's where I'm putting my foot down on that one.
Fair enough. Alice, what are your thoughts on Texas?
To me, Texas is a test of how little do Republicans actually care? Like, how deep are they just watching Fox News and don't actually care about candidate quality or policies or consequences whatsoever? Because, like, on paper, if you cared about these issues, like, anything, if you held any of the values you claim to, no one should ever vote for Ken Paxton. Like, he's winning on, like, vice signaling, basically. He has nothing going for him. He spent the 4th of July on vacation in the UK with a mistress on the 250th anniversary of America on the 4th of July. Like, which is comically bad. Yeah, so Tallarico should have this, but it's really blackpilling. It's very, like, doom. Yeah, so I hope that Tallarico can reach out enough to, like, the Black community in Texas, like, and like get them mobilized because they actually care. But I think there's just so many bad faith actors who are just voting red regardless, and that X number is the number to beat. That's why it's scary.
One of the problems I have with Texas, okay, and maybe I'm a little doom pilled on this. It seems every cycle we have hopefuls come up and are like, Texas is gonna go blue. Who is that young gentleman?
Beto O'Rourke.
Yeah, O'Rourke. A lot of people really put their back into that guy's campaign. I thought he had a real shot.
Well, he did. It was 2%. 2%. It was like it's the closest Senate race in Texas in decades.
Yeah. But it's like even with everything in O'Rourke's favor as well, we didn't cross that finish line, and it's rough.
Well, here's what I'll say to that. I think that
before you do, $10 from Moon000. If Muslim candidates are expected to disavow illiberal things about their faith because we need to appeal to moderates, will this extend to progressive values that moderates are lukewarm on? If you are a Christian, you should disavow, or if you're a Catholic, I should say, you should disavow the Catholic pedophile scandal if it comes up. If you are a white person and there's a white culture issue, you should disavow that, right? Whatever the voters, whatever makes you more electable.
Yeah, if it comes up, just don't act defensively.
Whatever makes you more electable. That's what you should do, while being honest, to be clear.
Yeah,
but
you shouldn't lie.
I don't think you should lie.
Oh no, that's what I said. You shouldn't lie.
Oh, I thought you said you should.
No,
Okay,
no,
you shouldn't lie. But no, yes. So like this is just because you're Muslim doesn't mean you don't have to do the thing that literally everyone else has to do. Hold on. Do you think that Jewish candidates, again, should they disavow Israel? I think that they should disavow Israel's government right now. I think that that would make it more electable. Yeah, they should do that. Why do Muslims not have to? Why do they get a pass? That's my question to you. Okay, but back to Texas. I think that at the end of the day, it's still a long haul. It's still something that
100%.
It's a long shot, and I don't want people to get their hopes up too high, but it's a shot, gang. And this is one of those places where, again, Paxton has. I agree with you. Paxton has been a horrific candidate. Horrific for many reasons. Corruption, petty theft. Did you guys see the video of him stealing some dude's
$1,000 pen? Yeah.
Yeah, just straight up jacking that shit. The mistress stuff, all these things. And Tallarico, again,
a nice young man.
A sensitive young man in a world full of horrific.
Yes.
You know, he's hitting the right notes. I think there was one or two missteps on the campaign trail, but other than that, it's just been like exactly the right thing to do. If we're going to win Texas, it's going to be this cycle. So I think that this is something that if you are looking to put some time into, put some effort into, put some of your resources into, Texas is a good option. I think it's something where it's going to be close, whether we win or lose. And I think that it's something that we can have an effect on, and Tallarico deserves to win this seat. But like I said, I don't know if that will happen. What does Tallarico need to do to make it happen?
What Tallarico needs to do is he needs to basically continue his outreach to black voters, shore them up, make sure that they know that their concerns are addressed within the Tallarico campaign, and that James Tallarico, and this is the thing that differentiates him from El Sayed, is that he is genuinely not really connected to that online influencer space in the way that El Sayed seems to be. Like, James Tallarico is not going around with Kyle Kalinske or Hassan Piker or whatever. So, and it does seem like James Tallarico does seem a little bit pissed about the whole influencer space kind of sabotaging him by proxy, because they're just going around insulting the black community, and he's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Come on. So, but he is doing the right things at every turn. What he needs to do going forward is to just to make sure that the ads stay, and just keep hammering and hammering and hammering ads. Not just about Ken Paxton, but he also needs to define himself, because the Republicans are going to try to define him for him. So he needs to make sure that he defines himself in a way that they're going to have to actually put some effort into countering, rather than just setting the narrative about him.
I agree. What do you think, Alice?
Yeah, I think his campaign was initially pitched as he can flip lots of people who are traditionally Republicans. I don't think that's happening, because he was trying to code conservative and Christian, and then they just started calling him gay and a vegan, and then he was just kind of being played and bullied, and then be like, "No, see, here's me eating meat, here's me with a girlfriend," and losing the news cycle being defined for him. He needs to define himself. He needs to hammer Ken Paxton and make Republican voters stay home, and needs to build up his support from left-leaning people, especially in the black community, who would otherwise stay home. Texas is so bad faith. Just find the people who will vote for you, make them show up, and no one likes Ken Paxton.
Here's the thing. If I were on Tallarico's campaign, because I agree with you, he does need to kind of separate. He wants to define himself. Defining himself is very, very important. Paxton will give you the ammo you need. You can let your surrogates attack him. You can, again, Trump bad. There's juice to squeeze out of that. orange man, right? Orange man bad. There's juice to squeeze there.
Orange
But-
juice.
It's a play, it's a little pun there. Okay. But yes, if you want to change it from like a 2% loss to a 2% win, the difference there will be what are you offering as a candidate? I think the two things that I would advise him to focus on in defining himself, quote unquote, is to put forth and promote a robust set of policies. What are you going to do to help the average Texan voter, right? What are you going to do to help the average person within Texas? How are you going to advocate them on a national level in the Senate, right? What are you going?
Wait. We got Larkin results. Currently, Moskowitz is at 65 and Larkin is at 35.
Fuck yeah! Okay, 26% in, so it's yeah, hell yeah.
Well, that's also only one county. It's only one county. There's 3 of them in the district. I guess
We're
technically.
gonna keep waiting until we do the dunks, but
You mean calling random voters and telling them how bad Israel is not convincing?
And the 3rd most Jewish district in the entire country, by the way.
yes, it's not gonna fly.
In the gerrymandered red district.
When it comes to the second thing he needs to do, and this is unique to him, and I think this is where he can excel and make a real name for himself, right? His Christian faith. I think especially in Texas, and let's not kid ourselves, especially among the Black community, that matters a lot. And I think that he needs to really kind of lean on that. And again, projected winner Moskowitz. Okay, I saw that. Yeah, he really needs to lean on that and showcase how that will influence his decision making in the Senate for good, right? Like, again, compassion, charity, right? Temperance, all these things, Christian values, right? Of loving thy neighbor. Lean into that shit, okay? Lean into it. Help it define you. It can make a name for yourself in a very Christian area. Like Texas is pretty Christian. I don't think it's going to turn off a single lefty, right? I don't think it's going to turn off a single Dem voter. And again, comparing yourself, like, you don't have to do it yourself. The voters will look at you, and then they'll look at Paxton, and they'll make that comparison, right? And they'll say, well, this guy's Paxton. He says he's for Christian values, but look at all the shit he's doing. Here's an actual Christian and who's living the word of God, all these things. That's what I think. What do you guys think on that?
So I actually think that that is a really good idea, and especially because Texas has one of the most, like, a gigantic portion of one of the most elastic voter groups in the country, and that's Hispanic voters. Hispanic voters, they massively shifted to Trump in 2024, but he's looking really good with them. He did really well in the primary, historic turnout. He just finished up, like, I think it was like a few weeks ago, he finished up his RGV tour, which is the Rio Grande Valley. He went across all of South Texas, going through all these border communities, Hispanic communities, doing a lot of outreach there. So I think that, and especially because the Hispanic community is very, very Christian, especially in a place like South Texas. So that kind of energy is going to go a lot way, especially when the opponent is like Ken Paxton, who's doing the, like, MAGA, kill all Hispanics, whatever thing. Like, it's going to be like Talarico doing that is going to help him make some massive inroads into a community that massively shifted to Trump in 2024.
And currently, like, look, Hispanics have flipped on Trump already. So this will just cement it, right? Like, because again, It's not just about opinions. It's about, can you get these people in a midterm election off cycle to get off the couch and go out and cast the ballot? And I think that those kinds of things will really help. What are you trying to stream here, Alice?
Oh, some relevant random research on candidate qualities. Yes, honest and compassionate are two of the top trending ones. This is from 2024. What voters?
Can you give us some context for this? What is this? What are we looking at?
So this is from Third Way, which is an organization with terrible, like, marketing and PR for itself, but does a ton of research. And they're the ones who, like, no, guys, we've actually looked at the numbers. We need more moderate candidates. They do, in fact, do better. And everyone's like, shut up, nerd. You just want fewer good things. It's not true. Their own marketing and social media sucks, okay? But they have all the research and the data. This is when they were thinking who could beat Trump in 2024. Like, they looked at a few things. It's like candidate quality is far more important than actions. Which is like what they're actually doing, which is far more important than their positions on issues, which is far more important than their ideology. When you get on Twitter and they're like, oh, you need to be like a socialist or aligned with us ideologically, no one cares. They care about who you are as a person and what you're actually going to do about it, or what you've actually done. They want like a pragmatist, not an idealist. And then within the bucket of qualities, like what makes a quality candidate, they tested a bunch of personality traits and stuff. So like knowing government and being super smart and intelligent, right, and having a track record. That was kind of the case for someone like Hillary Clinton. No one cares. If you're honest and compassionate, people really like that.
I think
So yeah,
genuine. Was genuine a category?
there's authentic, which is
Yeah.
kind of down a little bit. That's not very popular, but integrity is. Yeah. So like on these, it's a Tallarico sweep.
Fair enough. No, integrity, honesty, compassion. Again, we'll see how that plays out. Like I said, Texas has broken my heart before. But
Listen, okay, Texas is the ruby red jewel of the Republican crown. Okay, in 2012, Ted Cruz won by like 20%. It is a ruby red state, so it is shifting. All right, just because we didn't win the battle doesn't mean we won't win the war in the long term. Okay, Texas is shifting towards us. Even if there have been some blips in the radar due to Hispanic voters and stuff, I think we're going to win it. I think we're going to win this cycle, actually.
no, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think that it's here. Let me. Oh no! Don't show again. What are you doing? Oh, back. What is going? Hold on. Sorry. Okay. It wanted me to do a how was this stream survey, right? And it was covering up everything. I'm glad it didn't show anything I didn't want it to. Okay, back to Texas. What about the lower? Is there any other race in Texas that we're looking at? Okay, before we do that, what are some threats to Tallarico? What should he be looking out for that would be a negative indicator or something that he should avoid, right?
So what he should avoid doing is basically he should avoid he basically just avoid talking about like Paxton's attacks. He should not engage with like the vegan or like the weak soy boy stuff. Like he should just like not care about that. And he gave a very good answer on an interview where I think the interviewer asked him like, "Do you know that they're like calling you like a soy boy or whatever?" No, they said he had low T. They said, "Do you know they're calling you low T Tallarico?" And he goes, "To be honest, I don't even know what that means." And that's the perfect response because these are some terminally online red pill insults that nobody knows what you're talking about unless you're like actually online constantly. So he just needs to not fall into the trap of getting put into like the Republican like framing and just kind of talk about what's going on, talk about Paxton and talk about himself and talk about what he wants to do for Texas.
Fair enough. What do you think, Alice?
Yeah, I think because Paxton is basically sort of like a mini Trump, using lots of the kind of vice, be an evil candidate stuff. There's going to be lots of attacks on Tallarico. Ignore all of them. Don't give them any airtime. Don't legitimize them or center them as a story. And also, there's a lot of bad things about Ken Paxton, and the problem there is focusing on too many of them is scattered in a clusterfuck. That's what Trump does, right? He just stumbles from one scandal to the next. The media can't really keep up or hold him down and make anything a big problem for him. And he kind of gets away with it. It's the way that everyone tunes out. So with Paxton, there's a ton of controversies. Things like cheating on his wife and getting biblically divorced. Weirdly, people care about that like the most. For Plattner, his biggest popularity drop off, which he never recovered, was that he may have been cheating on his wife. Like that was really the tipping point. It's weird, but like they should pick one thing and make that the story and keep haunting Paxton with it. Like make him the steal the pen guy, because there's too much to pick from, and that's Paxton's strat to obscure. Yeah,
focus like a laser. Okay, if
Yeah.
you let the light diffuse too much, it's ineffective, right? But if you focus it into a singular point, you can do what you need to do. $10 from Riddell PPB. We're going back to Ohio a little bit here. It says Max Miller is drowning. Brian is a good version of Plattner. Vivek is hated, but Elon is pumping his campaign. Amy has COVID baggage, and she has a few issues hurting her. Husted tied to corruption right now.
Yeah, so John Husted is the Republican incumbent.
Oh, Houston.
Quote unquote incumbent because he was appointed because JD Vance became vice president. So he doesn't really get like incumbents that are like just promoted don't really get any incumbency bonus. He's just kind of like the guy who's interim and then he's running for a full term.
Fair enough. Okay. Back to Texas. Is there any? Okay, so I agree with you that we should be laser focused, and pick the issues. You said the cheating. I don't know. Like, I trust your data on this, but like intuitively, that doesn't seem like the move.
It's weird.
But
Voters are weird.
but
Why
hey,
anyone is still voting for Ken Paxton, I don't know. The pen thing might work
if
too.
that's what
Fuck it.
if that's what does it, then fair, right? I'll trust the data on that. I
And, like,
guess
it's the contrasting compassion and honesty narrative, right? That was the best trait.
so.
So they just pick any one thing that represents that.
Who do you trust to like? Maybe a good comparison. Like, who do you trust to represent you? When Ken Paxton swore an oath, like swore his took vows to honor and protect his wife, he cheated on her. Talarico will stand up and keep his promises. I don't know. You
Fight
can
for
write
working
the campaign
families.
yourself, right? But you know what I mean. Like, I think a good juxtaposition might be helpful. Okay. Any other races in Texas that we should be looking out for?
Yeah, so even though Texas is horrifyingly gerrymandered, they did kind of potentially dummy-mander themselves. We can't say it's a dummy-mander yet until the election actually happens. But in South Texas specifically, there are 2 seats, Texas 15 and Texas 35, that Republicans kind of went all in on the Hispanic voters, thinking that they would just stay with them. And because of that shift left, they're basically toss-ups now. So Texas 15 is a very interesting district because you have this Democrat named Bobby Polito, who is a blue dog who signed on to Promise to America. And he's like a music star. He's like a very popular musician in that area. So there's a very good chance of flipping that district from a Republican. And then in Texas, Texas 23, there's Brandon Herrera as the Republican candidate. So that race is going to be interesting for Brandon Herrera reasons. So that's another potential flip, another very Hispanic district. And then the last district is Texas 35, which is kind of in the same area, but it's more like eastern San Antonio, southeast. That district could also flip as well. That was a gerrymandered district, but it's also got a lot of Hispanic voters in it. So there's kind of these 3 districts down there that Republicans gerrymandered, but might go to Democrats because of the high Hispanic populations.
Okay, you say might. Like, what if you had to give it odds? What are we talking here?
So for Texas 15, I would say 60-40 for Democrats. Texas 23, I would say 60-40 for Republicans. And then Texas 35, I would just straight up say 50-50. So
maybe if you're thinking of doing something more House related, that would be a good use of your time, right?
Yes.
How's the population in that district, right? Like, so when I think about like where we should campaign, I want to run up numbers in high population, high density areas.
Yes. So we have good options there because Texas 23 and Texas 35 are both like over I think it's like over 40% of the Texas 23 district is like basically in the San Antonio area. So really, if you're looking at canvassing in either of those districts, just go to the San Antonio portions of the districts and canvass there. There's plenty of people to get out to vote there. You're not going to run out of people.
Fair enough. I think I'd rate this as high likelihood for me to support, right? Like if you only have one race to support, Ohio or Texas would be the ones I would back at this point. We still got more races to talk about. Maybe we'll add to that. But like I said, if I only had one place that I could spend my time and energy advocating for, it's either going to be Texas or Ohio at this point. I'm curious what you guys would say at this point as well.
I actually would say the exact same 2 states, believe it or not, Texas and Ohio. Those would be the 2 biggest. Those would be the 2
You're
biggest.
just copying at this point. Okay.
And also, like another big reason I'm in on Texas is because since it is like the ruby red, it's like the ruby of Republicans. It's their crown jewel. If they lose it, they will all fucking kill themselves. Every single one of them. They're just
in Minecraft, in a video game.
In Minecraft, of course.
Not real. Okay.
They will be so depressed. It will be the most depressed election result ever if Republicans
just
lose
the
that.
bragging rights. No, I get it. There's some morale there, right? Like the amount of hype Democrats would gain from getting Texas.
Yes, there's a reason why Republicans desperately don't want to lose it.
Yeah, if they lose Ohio and Texas, it's lost. Like MAGA as a movement, it's dead.
Oh, if we could get both? Ooh.
Yeah, and if we flip both, Trump's, like, if you think about it, Trump's political capital, it's like literally negative. He has like negative political capital if that happens.
If that happens, every Republican in 2028 is going to be running by disavowing MAGA instead of running on it. That's the tide.
We'll see. We'll see. So what, Alice? Do you have a similar vibe right now, or what do you think? If you,
I think Ohio's slight ahead because everyone hates Ramaswamy, and that's going to depress the whole ticket. There's a lot of blue momentum in Ohio. Texas, no fucking clue. It's the state that disappoints us, but it might be slight ahead because of all the national media attention. And I think Paxton's just going to steadily sink. Alaska is, I think, actually the battleground right now. I'm all in for Piltola.
Do you want to talk about Alaska next? Because that's our last toss up. So
yes, let's talk about Alaska. I'm going to be real. I don't know much about the state, so I don't have much to say.
So I said this in I was going back and forth with Maggie Jacobs on Twitter, and she's from Alaska, and she kind of validated what my thoughts were, where it was basically like Alaska is kind of like this mythical northern kingdom that nobody really knows anything about, and it's like impossible to poll. So like polls in Alaska are notoriously unreliable. That said, it's not like it's biased in one direction or the other. So the reason I have it as a toss-up is because it genuinely like there's the confidence is very low in anything. Now I will say Peltola is very strong and Sullivan is very weak. He's just like kind of like a nobody who like no one really cares about. Basically, he flipped the seat in 2014, and then he won in 2020 for re-election, and then no one really cares about him. He's just kind of like a standard neocon Republican. He's just not a very exciting person.
What are your thoughts, Alice?
Okay, look, I think everybody is talking about Texas. If we are out of the equation, no one talks about Alaska. But if we talk about Alaska, then there's momentum for Alaska. Alaska is very weird. It's very out of the way. It's very rural. It has very unique needs. And so as much as I guess about populism, I think the best case of populism we're seeing is from Alaska, where she's specifically running against DC as a whole, because DC is this concept of a faraway place. And Alaska has really unique problems. It's super affected by delays in supply chains. And inflation and prices, because it's hard to like get supplies to grocery stores up there. It has a unique relationship to the oil industry, which is being messed up by the Iran war. And I think Peltola has a real shot. We can create positive momentum for her easy because she's very likable and very uncontroversial. There's no support for the guy against her. I think we can actually move that. In Texas, it's a room full of everyone shouting. Peltola, I think, is very like movable, and it's close.
To maybe push back a little bit. One of the things that I do know about, I don't know much, but Alaska seems very, what's a good way to put it? Resentful of outside influence.
Yeah,
I would actually agree with that. I would say yes, and I think that.
And well, let me finish my thought, and I'll give it to you. So I worry that by making it look like look at those outsiders now advocating for what we should do in Alaska, that has a chance of backfiring, right? That's my worry, right? That's my concern. I don't know how valid that is. Like I said, I don't know much about Alaska. But that the kind of like outside pressure, outside influence.
That's possible. Yeah, nationalizing it could backfire.
That could backfire, and I worry about that. Aiden, I didn't mean to cut you off. What are your thoughts?
Good.
And I want Alice to respond and give her the microphone for a little bit.
I think I would actually agree with you because I think the best way for Alaska or for Democrats to talk about Alaska is to pretend like there's no election in Alaska and ask what Alaska even is. That's basically like what's in Alaska? Like we basically pretend, leave them to their business, let the mythical Northerners do their thing, and then I think that they will give us good results.
Your lips to God's ears. Okay, I hope that's true. What do you think, Alice?
So you're telling me getting together a group of like white liberal women and making Facebook AI generated memes about like Game of Thrones in the North, and then being like, yeah, go Democrats, Mary Peltola, might not play well in Alaska. That's fair. That's fair.
I don't like I said, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just my intuition.
Even if we keep it low key, throw her some money.
I think that stuff might be better than a bunch of big influencers going there, because when you just have a bunch of Facebook groups, it's less hard to pinpoint like someone who's like an outsider coming in. It's just kind of like a bunch of people talking about it. Whereas if you have if we had Hassan Piker go up to Alaska, I think we would lose by.
He's no. Yeah.
So
it's dead.
That's obviously like a little bit of hyperbole, but it's kind of not really. Like just don't like the number one mistake in elections is you should never tell voters what their interests are. Just don't do that. People hate that shit. Nobody likes to be told what their interests are. It's the same reason why you see the black community coming out strongly against progressives. It is because of this like class reduction stuff and like we're going to help you with your interests because we know what your interests are. And it's just no. You to learn people's interests, you just ask them what they are. Okay. Do not tell people what their interests are. It's very, very bad in election.
Talk about Butola, be like, wow, she seems to really be a unique voice for Alaska. That's very cool. Like, she needs to feel special and local to her.
I think if she wins, then the memes are go. I'll greenlight the memes if she wins, because that'd be cool, right? Just to rub it in some faces and make it funny
absolutely.
and all these things.
The funniest scenario is we win Alaska, we lose Michigan. That's the funniest possible scenario on the board.
Look, I don't. Michigan. Okay, I don't want to harp on Michigan. I don't want to harp on Michigan. I want to say one more thing. I want to say one more thing. The fact that Michigan is in play for Republicans right now bothers me because it should not.
It's not great. It's not great.
We basically what primary voters have done there, and influencers who supported El Said, has taken weights and hung them around our neck. So now we can still win the race, but they've decided to shackle us to these anchors, right?
Yes.
And
the leftist albatross across our necks right
now. Yeah, the collar.
Okay, my back is strong. I can carry a feeding bottom lane, to use some league analogies. Bottom lane's feeding, doesn't matter. My top lane's strong. I can carry it, but it's going to be harder. It's going to be harder. So, okay, sorry about that. Let's go. So, anything else on Alaska before we move on?
So there's also a competitive governor race, which is which is not really surprising. So Alaska's local politics are actually probably some of the most interesting in the country. Their legislature, they actually have a coalition government, because their politics are so strange. They have like a coalition between some certain Democrats and some Republicans who are more moderate that are basically controlling the legislature right now. So it's very unusual. It's like not something that you normally see. And then the governor is like in that state is like very, very I'll say like not the governor, but like the office is like unconventional. For example, in 2014 they actually elected an independent to be their governor, so they can do weird shit. And right now there's a Democrat called Tom Begich who is looking to potentially flip that seat, and the polls are showing it as competitive, so that could potentially happen.
We'll see. Hopefully. But like I said, I think that my judgment on Alaska is just kind of leave it to its own devices. Send them some cash if you wish. But I think that just kind of staying out of it is actually probably the best call, because I think that for Alaska, that will probably be any kind of trying to make it a national thing will backfire. That's my thoughts. I don't know. Again, low confidence on that take, but it is my take. So we've talked about Alaska. We've talked about the toss-ups, right? What are the lean R's? What are the ones where we're like, okay, these are a bit of a long shot, but they're possible?
You believe? Feeling lucky?
So this would be Nebraska and Iowa. Those are my two lean R's.
Blue Iowa, we can do it.
I'm typing them out. Okay, Nebraska. Give us what you got.
So Nebraska is a super interesting case. Dems kind of like are playing the Machiavellian role there. So basically what they did is in 2024, an independent named Dan Osborne ran against the incumbent senator. I forget her name. She's some irrelevant Republican neocon. Deb Fischer. Deb Fischer was the incumbent Republican, and Kamala Harris lost the state by like 20%, and Dan Osborne lost it by like 6%. It was one of the most crazy overperformances. It was easily the biggest overperformance for the entire country in a Senate race that year, and it was one of the biggest overperformances in Nebraska for a very long time. And so he's running again now. And I don't know if you saw any of this, but there was a lot of, I guess it's kind of like election drama like throughout the year, because Republicans were desperately trying to force the Democrats to have a candidate on the ballot with the independent, and the Democrats, they were able to win the cases basically because the Republicans brought them at the last day. So the Nebraska Supreme Court was like, this is bullshit. You guys should have done this earlier. So things worked out good for us, at least in terms of the law, like what we're allowed to do. So the reason why it's competitive is because the quote unquote Democratic candidate is an independent. and he's made it a big deal to like capitalize on running against Trump from in a populist way, but not like in a brain rot populist way. He's just kind of like he's basically running like a centrist populist kind of like working class normal person campaign.
And to be clear, he will caucus with the Democrats, correct? If he wins.
So he says he won't, but in practice, he almost certainly would, because not caucusing with either party basically means you don't get any committee assignments, and all you get to do is just vote on things that come to you. So in practice, he probably wouldn't stay that way. But he says he would not.
That might be something he has to in Nebraska, right? He has to say that.
Yes, that's why I'm thinking he's just saying it.
It's worth taking into account though. When you do these, Alice? What are your thoughts on Nebraska?
I don't think we're getting Nebraska, but that's okay. We're not aiming for Nebraska.
I'm gonna agree with Alice on this one. I think this is one where like I don't think it's worth investing time, resources, or effort.
I would agree, and I think that outside influence kind of damages Osborne's independent kind of status. So I think it's best to leave him do his thing.
Yeah, I just again, it's hope he wins and beats the MAGA guy, but none of my money's going there.
I'm glad it spooks Republicans. I want them spending their money there.
Yeah.
They need to know there's a risk.
Oh yeah, hopefully he can be close enough where Republicans will dip into their war chest and waste some of their money there to protect that seat. But we'll see. That's just kind of like that's one of those things where, look, sometimes the value of a race, and I want to stress this, gang, not only are we working with limited resources, the Republicans are working with limited resources. So anytime we can force them to spend money where they normally would not have to, that's kind of a W for us. Even if we don't take the victory in the election, by forcing them to spend resources in that race, that's resources they're not putting into Georgia. That's resources they're not putting into Michigan. That's resources they're not putting into Ohio or Texas, right? And so we have to kind of take these things strategically. And while I don't think we should be putting much into Nebraska, perhaps a positive tweet or two, right? Perhaps a positive word on occasion, right? That might be worth, or even just kind of highlighting the closeness of it. That might be the go-to there. What do you guys think of that? Of just, instead of like endorsing or whatever, just putting out things like, wow, this is much closer than it should be. Republicans might lose this one type of deal. What do you think about that kind of messaging strategy?
Yeah, I generally approve. And this isn't the only race where Democrats have kind of like successfully employed this strategy. So believe it or not, in Idaho and South Dakota, the Democrats have wisely dropped out and let their independents kind of run. And they're almost certainly not going to win, but they're going to make the incumbents have to spend money that they would never spend otherwise. These incumbents, these are states, they would never spend a dime. That's good. We have a chance. The is a statistic.
Connection's breaking up.
Oh, there's just a.
Oh no, my internet.
Can't wait. No, I know what you mean. Alice is she here now?
Hello, did it come back?
Hello?
Oh, she's back.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, my internet just like
about how
dropped out.
we're just talking about how us sensitive young men were being abandoned by all the women today. Like Kyla didn't make it, and you ditched us. It was crazy. Yeah. What are your thoughts? I knew you're trying to get something out, but then the computer interrupted you. So go ahead.
I think in the same way we've seen on the left effectively over the past 10 years, a movement to have people who would otherwise identify with our party be demoralized and start identifying as independents instead, and be less more wary about supporting anyone who's a Democrat. Republicans now have the same problem. Absolutely. And they should have that same problem. Like encourage independents to run in those places. Like, ew, you're the Republican? Like you're the MAGA party? They lost. You're weak. Like you're an establishment person? That's what to do in places like Nebraska. That's kind of the best to hope for.
That makes sense.
Harsh
Okay. Any other things, thoughts on Nebraska? I don't want to spend too much time here. Nothing. Okay. I want to talk about Iowa because Iowa
Iowa's super
is my
interesting.
dark horse candidate. Okay.
Yeah.
If I was gonna pick a current lean R, right, that's a real long shot that I think can pull it off, Iowa's the one. I'm looking at these poll numbers, gang, and we're talking like it's neck and neck. Fox News has the candidate Turek, I believe. Is that his name?
Mhm.
Yes, Josh Turek.
Turek's
Very
ahead.
strong candidate.
Echelon Insights has him ahead. He's down in Emerson College, unfortunately. Emerson College is a great pollster, right? But like these are
Well, not in the Michigan
well,
primary.
look, okay, I'm checking traditionally. Uh, like Henson's up in that one, but not by a lot. Like this is
Yeah, it's
Iowa
very
we're
close.
talking about.
Yeah.
But I want to hear everyone's assessment of the field here of Iowa. I'm gonna give it first to Aiden, then I want to hear from Alex. Go ahead, Aiden.
So in Iowa, first of all, I think Iowa is one of the states where Democrats basically locked the fuck in and they chose the best candidates in every single race. So not just in the Senate race, we got Josh Turek, but also the governor race, obviously Rob Sand, incredibly strong candidate. He's lean D favorite to flip that governor seat. So he's going to help us a lot there. And there's also 3 competitive House seats in Iowa that we have a good chance of flipping. So and we all nominated good candidates for those overall too. So overall, the Democrats kind of locked in for Iowa, and so it all depends on turnout and persuasiveness towards independence. And I'm kind of hopeful on Democrats to be able to push the tide over in Iowa this year. Josh Turek is incredibly strong. His background is that he flipped a state legislative seat that was like, I think it was like Trump plus like 12 or something in 2022 by like 2 votes. And then in 2024 he got reelected by like a decent margin. It wasn't even as close. So he has a record as a very strong overperformer. So, and if he won, I believe that if he won by the exact amount that or if he overperformed by the exact amount that he overperformed in 2024, he would actually flip the state from the presidential result. So he's a very strong candidate.
What do you think, Alice?
I weirdly think I'd kind of give him the same odds as El Sayed. Because El Sayed is kind of fighting against a lot of headwinds, kind of his own creation. Turek is running against in a red state, basically. I think it's like about the same level of lift. And I give them about the same odds. We're like, it's pretty close if they lock in. But Turek is doing everything right. He's a Paralympian, super cool guy. I started positively tweeting about him. Even the things he's running on are the clear, to appeal to moderates, the top issues of social security, affordability, healthcare. I think he could win, and if you talk about him, a lot of moderates get impressed and will support him.
I think this is the reason I have this as my dark horse. This is where I think we're gonna see something shift from red to blue, and it's gonna surprise a lot of people. The reason I say that is because there are a lot of moderates in Iowa, and as you said, Turek plays well with that crowd, and a lot of independents, a lot of moderates are really tired of Trump. I think this is the race where not only is a candidate good, but the fact that the nationalization of politics will actually help us in this case, right? I absolutely think that we have a good shot, and it's, in my opinion, and you guys can, because you guys are very smart, and maybe you'll disagree with me. I think it's going to come down to turnout. This is one where, if I had extra resources and I wanted to pull an upset and really demoralize the Republicans, throw money, throw time, throw effort Turek's way. Getting people out, turnout, is going to be the thing that wins in Iowa, right? More than anything, right? What are your thoughts?
I completely agree with Iowa, and a thing that adds on to that and supports it is Iowa is the state with the most Obama-Trump counties of any state in the country. It is the entire eastern half of the state is basically Obama-Trump land. So if there's any kind of voters who would be disaffected by this, who are Trump voters, it's going to be them. They're going to see that stuff and they're going to be like, yeah, I got duped, and they're either going to stay home or they might even vote for Turek because Rob Sand has been doing a lot of work getting Republicans to trying to get them to support him. So I think there's a good chance that Sand might have coattails in this regard.
Fair enough. Okay. Any other races in Iowa that we want to be looking at? Anything else about Iowa?
There's the 3 House races. One of them is very likely for Democrats to flip. Another one is decently likely, and the other one is kind of a stretch, but it's up there. And then the 4th race is safe far. So,
Anything from you, Alice?
I don't know about any of the races. I think if Michigan is kind of up to Syed himself to decide, Ohio with canvassing could go our way. Texas is too loud and noisy for us to make the difference. Alaska backfires if we nationalize it. I think Iowa might be the one if we could lock in and get all the liberals to like be cheerleaders for. We could probably do. We could a lot of moderates be impressed, and lefties are wholly disinterested in that conversation because he's too moderate and boring. So I think we could build that lane.
Oh, go ahead, Aiden.
I will say that he did beat a more progressive person in the primary, and it wasn't even because he beat him by I think he won like almost every county.
Yeah,
so
I remember seeing that. It wasn't even close. I think that on that note, right? Hold on.
Like, are they pissed enough about that to try sabotaging us, or will they just let us have that one? Because that sounds like a cool conversation we could have.
I don't think so, because Turek is so likable that shitting on him just makes you look unhinged to any lib.
That sounds like a social media win conversation for me.
Sorry, I was getting a little direct message. Someone whose name rhymes with Hooten was admitting how wrong they were and how I was right. I just wanted to take a moment to bask.
Oh, on what?
Well, if he wants to, I don't talk about like DMs the specifics, right? But yeah, feels good. Feels good. Okay. I think when it comes here on the Senate to kind of close out this segment, and we don't have too much time longer, and I do want to get to the locals because Alice had a lot of data on that and she wanted to share. We're going to get into that. But if I were to talk about like if I were to rank the races where I think that if you have limited resources, where should you put it? Ohio and Texas are tied for first. Like, it depends on whether you value. I think that Alice's read is right. Texas is going to be a little bit of a harder push than Ohio, but the reward for Texas is a lot for all the reasons that Aiden laid out, right? Jewel in the Republicans' crown, and taking that from them is a huge morale boost and a victory. Ohio's we got a slight edge on effectiveness there, but it's less impressive. But it's still impressive. Don't get that wrong. So those are tied for first. I think actually Iowa would be my third choice. Maine and Michigan, Maine distant fourth, Michigan and even distanter fifth. Now Michigan can go to third. Michigan can get to third if El Sayed does what I think he should.
Needed to be done, yeah.
Yeah, but well, that's a wait and see. So that's my ranking on those. And again, I wouldn't. The rest are don't touch them. What do you think? What are your guys' rankings?
I think I agree. Actually, I think I would do a little bit different order though. I think I would actually do Ohio first, Iowa second, and then Texas third, because
really?
Iowa is, of all the battleground states here, I guess besides Maine, and I guess besides Alaska, but Alaska's really far away and it's really big. Iowa's like the smallest state in population, so the amount of impact that you can make with your advocacy and your money is going to be way more in proportion than definitely in a state like Texas and even in a state like Ohio.
Okay, so your argument is more of a bang for your buck thing. No, that makes sense. I get that. Interesting. What about you, Alice? I want to give you last ranking on this.
I completely agree. Because like something like Texas, it's so loud and so noisy and so nationalized. Even if it comes down to like 0.1% of the electorate tipping that represents so many people across such a wide variety of places. And like $1 billion worth of like dumping money into, like $1 bajillion we don't have. Iowa, I think as this like rising kind of connected talking to each other liberal sphere, we could probably make a difference in Iowa. Like that's doable. Texas is just too noisy. It's too high scope for us. Like, we would need to be.
People in chat are asking, why not Maine? Why Iowa and not Maine?
I think Maine. We have Maine.
So the reason why I wouldn't do an event in Maine is because I think that we should spend most of our time in either toss-up or lean R areas. And I think that in areas where the Democrats are either like kind of ahead, or like, since Maine is like a normally Democratic leaning state, I think that we should. It's not that we're abandoning it, but we're letting the Democrats kind of do their Democrats thing, And then we're focusing on areas where, okay, this area is looking a little bit more red. Let's help them out there even more because they need even more stuff here than they do in the other places.
Bang for your buck. I understand. Sounds good. I think that I generally agree. I'll stand by my take on Ohio a third, Texas second, right? Well, Texas tied with first, to be clear. But I understand and I get your argument about bang for your buck and population sizes from Alice and from Aiden there. Both of your names start with A. It's very alliterative. Sorry, just a idle observation. Chat, let me know what you guys think. Let me know if you guys agree with our rankings. Is there anything that we haven't talked about when it comes to the Senate, when it comes to like these states that we should be, etc.? My listening library for $5. I will vote for any candidate who can tell me who the Hollow Knight is. That is my requirement, which I believe will eliminate most people running. Isn't that a bug? Right? Isn't it the bug guy, Hollow Knight?
Oh, you're gonna make a lot of people mad by saying that.
It's a bug, isn't it?
No, I think it is. I think it is.
It's sort of a shell created by the Emperor. Yeah.
I don't know.
Simulacrum of a bug. A vessel.
Okay. So,
Looks like
Alice,
it's
you
based.
wanted to just focus on more locals, or you had an argument for us, right? Like something you
Yes.
wanted to pitch.
Yes.
I'm going to give you the floor. I'm going to allow you to pitch it.
Cool.
And
So
we're good with the stream if you want to drop that, Aiden. Thank you for showing us.
awesome. So a lot of people have been hating on Ken Martin, who's the DNC chair, saying he was the bad person for the job. That there may be some merit in that. I don't think it's productive to talk about at least before the midterms, because that would just mess everything up, right? But I was like, okay, besides just tearing down another Democrat, let's look into it. And I learned people are saying the close second to win as DNC chair was a guy called Ben Wickler. And Ben Wickler was favored more by moderates, and he didn't win because he wasn't as networked nationally. He was focused more on his state as a case study, which is Wisconsin. And Wisconsin has a long history of the 20th century as being like the cradle of the progressivism movement. And then Republicans struck back. It's like Star Wars, right? And took it over and gerrymandered it to hell. And then slowly over the past 20 years, Democrats have been working hard and figuring out how to take it back. And so Wisconsin is like on the verge of getting a blue trifecta at the state level again. And that's why Republicans were funding Francesca Hong to fuck it. Because this is one of the most pivotal kind of strategies. If you can get a blue trifecta at the state level, you can govern as a state, like you can pass things, you can write law, both chambers will thumbs up, and then pass it to the governor who will sign it. And that's what makes blue states awesome, because they can actually govern. And the negative perception that Democrats do nothing is because we're held back in like clashing legislatures and stalled out on purpose. And then things get worse and worse and worse and more boring and turn out depressives. There's a few things we can do when we're in power. One, we can ban partisan gerrymandering in the state for good, which makes it you can't rig elections again. And two, there's something called the National Popular Vote Compact. So how the Electoral College works, it sucks. And to overturn it, we would need like a constitutional amendment.
Can I pause on the gerrymandering thing? The ban on gerrymandering. So I'm gonna give you, this is a bitter pill, and I don't like that it's true, but it is true. One of the reasons we're probably going to lose the gerrymandering war is because back in the 2010s, 2020, that era, we were like, partisan gerrymandering is bad. And so everywhere the Democrats controlled, we banned it in our states, right?
Yeah, we disarmed.
Republicans didn't. And they're like, nah, fuck that. And so now that we're here, what we have to do is because now we're in a gerrymandering war, but we have less ability to do it because we have more obstacles that we put for ourselves. And so I worry that banning it statewide in Wisconsin is just going to prevent us from being able to use that when next we need it. I think that banning it in the statewide in states was a mistake. It needs a federal ban. If we're going to ban it, and I think we should, it has to be federal. Doing it in our states
how we get there.
It just hurts us, right? It just hurts us.
But this is how we get there, because this is about leveraging federal power and locking in like foolproof democracy. When Democrats get to govern and we get to pass stuff, it's popular and no one can undo it. Trump has tried to overturn the Affordable Care Act and failed. Gay marriage has not been repealed. They can't do it. And they hate to see us, like, when we can prove to voters that, like, the connection between actions and consequences, we do win. That's why I support also abolishing the filibuster. That's spicy. We don't need to get into that here. But it's like when we can see, like, oh, good things versus bad things, democratically that does reflect, and that becomes a new check and balance, which is how it's supposed to be. But yeah, we get the blue trifecta. And the other thing we can do, the better, more important thing, which it gets into that federal gerrymandering thing, the Electoral College fucking sucks. And that's what we need to get rid of. And we don't have the majorities realistically to ever get rid of that in Congress. But there's something called the National Popular Vote Compact, which is where a state promises, once we get enough, like 270 points worth of states to agree, then it clicks into effect, which is those states just say, whoever wins the national popular vote will just get our state's electors. And once that happens, then the Electoral College is a moot point. Because then you just have 270 votes guaranteed to whoever wins popular vote.
That's one of those things though, like that just seems like a it seems like a gentleman's promise that I worry that say we get to that point, right? It's a hotly contested national election for the presidency. We have the National Popular Vote Compact, I forget its exact name, locked into place. 270 electoral votes worth of states have agreed to it, but it's a hotly contested election. And then we have a state that is part of the compact that actually goes against the popular vote. I don't trust them to keep their word, right? I don't trust them to do that. I think they'll be like, nah, fuck it. We're going to go with what our state voted for.
I think it's legally binding once it goes into effect.
What would happen is they would appeal to the Supreme Court. And I think that the Supreme Court would rule with them.
Here's the thing. If the Democrats actually control the legislature and, like, let's say Republicans won the state, but Democrats won the national popular vote, then I think they could justify using the popular vote thing to send the Democratic slate instead. Because even if the Republicans won the state, the Democrats have the power to send the national popular vote thing in. So I think that's the case where that might matter. But I also think when it comes to Wisconsin, actually, when it comes to the gerrymandering war, that's like our biggest like target, because it's currently a Republican gerrymander 6-2, and if Democrats get in, we could just redraw it and make it a 6-2 Democrat gerrymander. And so that's another reason why it's super important for us to flip this, because we can gain a bunch of seats out of Wisconsin. We can just get a ton of them. Whereas if you look at a lot of these Republican states, it's mainly like a bunch of small states taking like one seat. Whereas if Democrats are going to fight back, we have to get a bunch of seats out of like a few states.
And that's a general trend too. Like, if we can get a trifecta at a state level, we become way more efficient, way more effective. Those are hard to break. We can focus our efforts elsewhere. Like, it's a general goal of, like, instead of this come on thing, oh, let's throw money everywhere, and it's like, we get some results kind of across the board. If we can lock it the fuck in, and then, like, this is a blue state now, that tends to not backslide. That's why, like, we don't waste our time attacking, like, Alabama. It's worth it. Like, there are some gains. So in general, you get like a higher yield if we can do that. There are a few places where we can do that. There are battleground swing states that are on the verge of a trifecta, like this cycle or within the next like 2 cycles. Wisconsin, Michigan, the other one, suspicious, progressive challenger. Let's make this inefficient. Weird coincidence. Pennsylvania. Josh Shapiro, also a favorite target of people who totally are on the left, and Arizona. Arizona is a shit show because right now it's governorship, state house, and state senate. Everything is up for re-election, and everything is a toss-up. It could lead to a blue trifecta or a red trifecta. Everything is on the margins.
I don't know if I agree with that. When it comes to, at least when it comes to the governor race, it's likely Democrat. Katie Hobbs is super strong. I think that she is probably going to win. That when it comes to the legislature, though, you're completely correct.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, I saw that the governor's like a little like.
It might be a mixed bag, unfortunately, in that race.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Pennsylvania just briefly, because it is the state I currently reside in.
State I grew up
in. I think it was 2025, yeah? We had a bunch of special elections here. I remember going to vote in those special elections. I think it was 2025. It might have been early 2026. One of the two.
It was 2025.
Okay, thank you. there were counties in Pennsylvania that have been red for 100 years that flipped to Democrat. Josh Shapiro has done amazing work here in Pennsylvania, and it's reflecting in down ballot races. And combine that with the Trump's drain on Republicans, right? And how it's depressing turnout amongst, because everyone hates fucking Trump. We have a real shot for a trifecta here in Pennsylvania. And I think that we will, like, the seat flips are real. The Supreme Court, I believe we retained that. We might have flipped it,
Yes.
actually.
Democrats have controlled it for a while, but you retained it. I think it's up through 2029. So
Yeah. So we got it for a while. That's going to be really important. And yeah, Pennsylvania, I'm bullish on Pennsylvania going even bluer than it is now, right?
100%. Josh
yeah,
Shapiro
that's my
is
thought.
super strong. He's probably going to win by 20%, which is going to have a lot of coattails. The state senate is the thing that Democrats need to flip, and if they do that, they could just redraw the maps if they wanted to. Now we'll see if Shapiro would want to do that. That's kind of like a post-election question, because he obviously would not want to say that before the election. But
I guess we'll
and
find out.
even when it comes to like down ballot races in Pennsylvania, even though there's not like a Senate race or anything, there's a bunch of competitive House races that could flip. There's Pennsylvania 10, Pennsylvania 7, Pennsylvania 8, and Pennsylvania 1. So there's 4 House races that Democrats could flip there in November.
Yeah.
And we're going to try to get out every single one. We want a blue wave, baby. What are we looking at, Alice?
Okay, yeah. So within those, there's those few target states that we could get, those 4 states we could get a trifecta in this cycle. Ohio's a bit more of a reach. Pennsylvania might be the biggest to go. Everything I read, we're not confident we'll get a blue state senate in Pennsylvania, but Shapiro has great coattails. Shapiro's likely to win. So like governor reelected, got it. House up for election anyway. It's a hold, but we can do it. And in general, a state house seat is really cheap. A state senate seat is more expensive. A governorship is more expensive, and like a house race is more expensive than a senate race is more expensive than a presidency. So the state house races, tiny districts, pretty cheap in the grand scheme of things. We can do this, and these don't get coverage, right? We're getting down to people who are basically like they work in their town, getting elected for something in their county or whatever. These are like moms and dads who barely know what social media is. These races come down to no more than 10,000 votes. And like $10,000 basically, can like make a world of difference. And that's like on the high end. In like a house race, it can even be like about like 2,000 votes. So I found there's a site called oath.vote, which uses an algorithm to rank how effective on a 10-point scale your donation would be to that race right now. And then I filter that by state races in these swing states. And then I cross-reference that with the DCCC's like target races. And so then I made a spreadsheet of all of them. And so if we want to find like the races we can make the most impact and cheer on and make our little characters and like our fandom and like that we can be cheerleaders for and like make little fan art of and then talk about on social media that literally no one is talking about, these are the most efficient tippable lifts that no one is talking about. And so I'm working on this. I'm going to narrow it down. I'm going to add some more information. I also have like their top issues they're running on, which is really helpful. Affordability, education, healthcare seem to be like the common themes almost everywhere. So if we talk about those things in our content, and then we talk about these candidates, and we say, hey, donate to this candidate, this can make a difference. And my goal is to put together a little Avengers team, like a little short list of, here's some state level candidates, here's our little blorbos, they're glupshitos that no one knows anything about, have no presence. And then if we start talking about them, like leftists talk about Mom Donnie, we have the scope with our audiences to like literally gain power. Like we can do this. So this is my project this week.
Give me, just because I'm from Pennsylvania, what's the top, and I'm curious to compare this to Aiden's recommendation. We mentioned house races. When we talk about house races and the competitive house races in Pennsylvania right now, which one should we be focusing on, donating to, etc.?
I'm looking at state house. Yeah, you go.
He's talking about state. She's talking about state legislature. You mean like for the? Because I was talking about federal house.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
Okay. So fair enough. I still want the answer from both of you. Let's talk about the state legislature first with Alice, and then I want to talk about house races with Aiden. Give us your state legislature. Like again, same thing. These, according to you, these states, a little money can go a long way. What's if I wanted to give 1,000 to one of these races, which one should I give it to?
Sure. So there's a couple, and these would also be good to like even like talk about and make content about. Pennsylvania, the highest ranking ones. There's a state senator who in the area I grew up on. I think she's kind of not the strongest candidate, but that's pretty good.
Frank Burns is a really good guy to give money to in the state house because he's extremely incredible because he is a Democrat in like a Trump plus 40 state house district, and he won like in 2024. It's crazy.
The two highest I have for Pennsylvania are Chris Thomas and Jeff Warren. I have all of their websites up here. Let me just find the right tag.
Is there a place where this is publicly viewable that people can go?
No, I can. In the next couple days, I'm going to clean this up.
Yeah, could you clean it up and make it a public? Like, I think that as a public resource, that would be very, very useful.
Absolutely. And part of that is I don't want to spread us too thin. So I'm going to find it might be like one candidate from each of these states, or it might just be like the top 5 or 6 or whatever.
Sure.
And I'm going to make that like, this is a short cast. Talk about these 5 or 6 races through November. Like, we need
These
to
are
be like the
state
fandom. Yeah.
legislatures that you want to boost. If you want to boost, these are because people look. National elections are much more sexy. People get really into them, but the state elections matter a lot, and people underestimate how much that can change how a community is governed. Like, these state elections are something you should be focusing on.
Yeah, and there's like no media competition for this whatsoever. Like, I think literally within the scope of like our channels, we can be the tipping point.
I'll say a digital ground game. We have been looking into state legislative races, and so we have been like getting in contact with candidates and stuff, and we're having our local teams do canvassing and stuff with them. So this is something that we are focusing on in digital ground game, but we don't have anything like this spreadsheet, which is like amazingly awesome. We do not have that right
now. Yeah.
This is a good place to cross-pollinate and coordinate. Yes. I think that 100%. Alice, you're doing amazing work. And if I could contribute in any way, is to put you guys in the same room, get you talking, and get you sharing information one with another, which is kind of a side effect of what I'm trying to do tonight. Fair enough. These are good. Please make those available at your earliest convenience, the 2 top ones, so that I can look at and maybe throw 100 to one of those.
Oh, yeah. There's Chris Thomas, who's kind of like a populist rural guy, who's a volunteer firefighter. And then there's like a musician with a guitar.
Whichever one speaks to me more, okay? The top 2, I think, fair enough. Aiden, let's talk about those house races.
Yes. So in Pennsylvania, the most competitive, or the easiest flip for Democrats is looking like Pennsylvania 7, which is Bob Brooks, who is a very strong candidate, and he's so strong that he was endorsed by both Josh Shapiro and Bernie Sanders in the primary. So he's basically like the billions must smile meme, basically put into a person. So he's got everybody loving him. He's a firefighter. He's incredible. He's looking very strong to flip that seat in Pennsylvania 7. After that, or did you want the most one, or did you want me to like list them in order, or what?
I want what if I had to pick one to give money to where I could have the biggest impact, right? Like if I were like,
hey, micro camera backdrop. Okay, well,
I got a donor guy, and I could whisper in this guy's ear, and he'd give $5,000 to a candidate. Or if I was like, hey, I have time to go canvas for a weekend or phone bank for a weekend, where should I do it?
So I would recommend Pennsylvania 8. It is the closest to a true toss-up that I would think. It is it's up in Northeast PA, so it's Scranton. It's a very kind of like Obama-Trump area. But the Republican candidate is very weak. He had a big scandal for insider trading stuff. And the Democratic candidate, Paige Cognetti, is very strong. She's a blue dog. She's highly connected to labor. So that district is a Trump district, or Trump-y district, that is a toss-up right now because of the weakness of the Republican and the strength of the Democrat. So it's kind of in that Ohio bucket right now, where it's kind of like at that same kind of level with the wave and everything.
Name it again, 8?
Yes, Pennsylvania 8th.
Pennsylvania 8, gang. I'll look into it. Okay. No, that's a good one. Interesting. Okay, last segment. Then we got to go. What's your wild card race? Something that no one's talking about. that you're like, wow, this is such a interesting race. This is so close. This matters more than people are letting on. What's your wild card right now?
So my wild card is Mississippi Senate, and I'll tell you why. So in the Deep South, these states usually are safe but they're usually kind of close actually. And the reason is because the South is extremely racially polarized, and so Republicans usually always win, but they usually always win by around the same amount. It's like in Mississippi, it's usually like 16%, and that's because the black community is always coming out for Democrats. They're very strong, and so there's always like that 40% that Democrats are always able to get to. And the reason why it's my dark horse is because Democrats nominated a very strong candidate with Scott Collum, and there is a potential for extremely high black turnout and also demotivated rural white turnout. So if the perfect storm kind of happens there could be a thing where the seat magically flips for some reason because there was super high black turnout and really low white turnout. And that's possible in a state like Mississippi, which is not as red as Alabama or Arkansas or Louisiana, but it's like just enough where like if the perfect storm happens, Democrats could theoretically flip it.
That is interesting. I hadn't even looked at Mississippi. I'm going to be real with you. Alice, any dark horse candidates, wild card races, anything like that?
Yeah, I have two small ones. One a moderate and one a leftist who I support. This is just very funny to me. This is one I found. Holly Lyon. She is a retired Air Force colonel, and like her website and her vibe is just so campy and over the top. And it's just this like veteran patriot ready to serve again in like bold letters. This just seems deeply funny to me, and this is like one of those weird swing races you get in Arizona, that I've just never like seen or heard of.
Fair enough. She speaks to you. I got it.
Yeah, and she has a very dorky fashion sense, and I appreciate that. The other whose I don't have right now is a young like kind of pretty far left like community organizer called Robert Hunter in Alabama in like a rural red district, and he's volunteered like with his local library and stuff, and he's running against like an incumbent like millionaire kind of landlord bully in the area, and he's just like, we can't afford rent. And just stepped up when no one else did. And he reached out and realized like there are no Democrats in the area, like no one's running. So he stepped up and he's like, I'm just a Democrat now. And he like won an uncontested primary. And then he also like got the DSA endorsement. Like he's just this lone guy out there in like deep red Alabama, like doing what he can. And it's such a small district that I think it comes down to like 500 votes. So I feel like you want like a leftist like who I think is ethically maybe worth supporting, like Robert Hunter, and that would just break a Republican supermajority in Alabama. Just fighting the good fight there out alone.
Good catch. Good catch. Okay, gang. Last message for Democrats. What should our message be? I think, and I'm going to go first here, I think we really need to stress the affordability issue, and not in a populist way, right? I'm talking about we need to build more houses. We need to put more money into your pocket by giving you opportunities. So housing, job opportunities, growth, and just affordability of groceries. I think if we run on those three things, and like I said, you can't run on a lot. Like you got to focus: housing, groceries, jobs. Big three. Maybe not surprising to hear me say this. Maybe seems like bread and butter, but we get so caught up in culture war shit all the time, so distracted by it. We need to focus on these. And I think that's the way forward. I want to hear from Aiden, and then Alice, I'm going to let you have that last word here. And then we're going to wrap it up. I'm going to kick you guys out. And, well, you're going to also tell people where they can find you. And then I'll kick you guys out, and I'll explain to my audience what I got coming up. Go ahead.
All right. So this is going to be kind of boring because my answer is pretty much exactly the same. Affordability is the number one issue. We just got to stress that. Things like building houses is really popular. Kind of abundance style, like affordability politics, not really the populist stuff, not degrowthing, not shrinking, but like just keep growing, but also making sure that people are able to get by, and really just telling voters that they know that we care about them. It's not just like being distant and like you can't just be a workhorse. You have to also be able to show your voters that like, hey, I do care. I'm doing these things. You have to be able to also like communicate with your constituents. So yeah, that's my big thing.
No, I agree. People in chat are asking, how is that not populist? Look, go watch my debates on populism. Populist rhetoric would be like, we need to build more houses because those filthy elites, are keeping them from you and buying up all the houses, right? That would be a populist messaging.
Yes,
Having
populism requires an enemy.
Yes. A non-populist messaging is like, hey, there's a lot of regulations, there's a lot of zoning laws that are out of date. We could fix those. We can modernize these things to meet the needs of the people. We can get more houses. We could build more, and if we build more, it's going to have more opportunities for you to get rent is going to go down, and you're going to get more chances to buy. That's the difference. Okay. Alice, please.
We need to, we all want to create opportunities for our families, but the rich are not paying their fair share. But we are going to build a future for our working families that we can afford by investing in building affordable housing, having reduced cost prescription drugs, and securing Social Security for our future generations. I think that's it. I've been like reading all of the communication guides I know. It's the same bullet points every single time. Yeah, but those are the big things. It's healthcare, Social Security, and just daily cost of living, like food. That's number one.
Gotta get food prices down. I need more.
And say working families as much as possible.
Working families, working people, working class, working families, working hard, working for you, and not the elites, right? Not that I understand.
And you can find me at shesrightshow.com.
Please.
Any social media platform.
And Aiden, where could people find you?
Yes, you can find me at Digital Ground Games, and specifically, I'm a coordinator at the research team. So if you'd like to get more involved in this stuff, please join us, Digital Ground Game.
Check them out, gang. Thank you both so much for being here. I do appreciate your input. This has been one of the, I think, best discussions on this topic I have seen. And I don't say that lightly. There's been a lot of back and forth and things like that. But I think that when we want to cut through the noise, please share this with people. Share this with influencers. Share this. Like if you can distract them from talking about who's anti-Semitic and who's not for a minute, right? Show them this stream. Get them to actually look at what voters are actually voting on. And yeah, it should be fun. Okay, gang, I'm going to let you guys go, and then I'm going to tell my audience what I got coming up. Bye.
Okay. All right. Whew. I think that is about it for the night. We talked about a lot. We covered a lot. I've been streaming for 4 hours. Thank you all for being here. I will keep sprucing up the spreadsheet over the next couple days. I'll be submitting all the research on like the influencer disclosure bill to my representatives. Big things. And then I'm gonna publish like, here are the candidates you should support, like a foolproof shortlist. I don't even really want to give people the full spreadsheet. Okay, we're gonna go too wide, spread our attention too wide. It's too much for people. We need to make it foolproof. I've been a project manager before. We can't. The problem we have right now is even though we all generally agree on the same things, we all talk about any random news story at any time on a day, and like that doesn't achieve anything. We're just complaining or shouting into a void. We're like a noisy room. But if we just pick, here's our 3 to 5 candidates, and then every week or whatever, we're going to focus on one of them and just talk about them and all their key points, we can absolutely create like an election-winning tide. As long as we focus on these small ponds, we're the only fish. And I think that'll be fun. So we're going to build a dorky, cheesy fandom, and we're just going to pretend to be enthusiastic about these candidates and fake it till we make it. If they did it for Mamdani, we can do it for people in actual swing districts. That can lead to real statewide power. So that's the plan. That's the goal. If you want to support me, you can go to shesrightshow.com. I have funny merch, and you can donate to me or send me an email if there's anything you want me to talk about. Yeah, I will see you tomorrow.